That's kind of good. That's it, just this. Keeps disconnected.
Never lost it. I just need Jesus.
Sean, give me a need.
It's their core connector in the wall.
I think I'm. There, I'll forget the word thing.
Okay, let's try it. Okay, we're calling this meeting to order at 6:36 p.m. here in the youth center room, rather the flying A room of the youth center. Before we begin, a couple of things acknowledge that the land of the University of California located or built upon, were expropriated and founded upon exclusions and erasures of indigenous people's human rights throughout California. CSB is built on too much land, specifically that of non-federally recognized Barbados tribe. As an association of which student bodies voice at the forefront, we should aim to make strides past just acknowledgement to those who continue to fight for the right to be recognized, respect to the original stewards of this land as well dedicate time and care, personal vocation and advocate for justice alongside conditions. Moving to roll call, Senator Chaudhry, Senator Clara, Senator Gutierrez, Senator Harder,
Present.
Senator Hepburn, Senator John,
Present.
Senator Jones, Senator Lucan,
Present.
Senator Lee,
Present.
Senator Nola, Senator Manakova,
Present.
Senator Montes, Senator Ola Leighton, Senator Ono, President, Senator Pasher,
Here.
Senator Reese,
Present.
Present.
Senator Sussman,
Present.
Senator Sundarejan, Senator Fan,
Present.
Senator Toledo, Rob, Senator Wayne. People. Okay, let's move into Edward. Senator Harder.
I motion to excuse Senator Hepburn's presence until 7.
I'm going to excuse Senator Hepburn's presence until 7 p.m. for a second. Okay,
Second.
second round discussion. Councilman, question has been called in the question. There's not consent. Passes. Josh,
Motion to excuse Senator Claro for the duration of the meeting on the grounds of illness.
a motion to excuse Senator Claire for the duration of the meeting on the grounds of illness. Is there a second? Second round discussion. Now discussion. Jen,
Call question.
question has been called in. Judge, call the question.
Consent.
There's not consent. Passes. Husband.
Motion to excuse Senator Rushman for the duration.
Excuse Senator Sundarejan for the duration of the meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
The second round discussion. Audrey. Question has been called in. Judge, call the question. There's not consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Legal husband.
Motion to excuse Senator Ola Electron on the grounds of midterms.
Got a motion to excuse lights on the ground of midterms. Is there a second?
Second.
Second round discussion. Question has been called. Your judge, call the question.
Consent.
Judge, like consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Is that all? Yeah.
Motion to excuse Senator Wong from 8:20 to 9:40 p.m.
Okay, motion to excuse Senator Wayne from 8:20.
20 p.m. from
9:40 p.m. Is there a second? Well, he's the second round discussion. Audrey, question has been called. Judge, call the question. Judge, like consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Close.
Motion to excuse Senator Waddington.
The motion to excuse Senator Waydula on for the duration of the meeting. Is there a second? Lucan? Second. The second one, Senator Audrey. Question Question has been called, you on the question?
That-
Take it like that. So you know which passes. Jones,
Motion to excuse Senator Sussman at 7 p.m. until 9:10.
write it down. The motion to excuse Senator Sussman. (7:45) to 9:10 p.m. Is there a second? Carter?
Second.
And second on Special Chaudhry. Question has been called, judge on the question.
Sen,
Judge like said, seeing none. Sussman,
Motion to excuse Senator Jones 9:10 p.m.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Jones following at 9:10 p.m. Is there a second long use? Second on discussion. Mike,
Call the question.
question has been called in check. Call the question. There's not consent, seeing no motions. These are the beautiful. Okay, cool. Let's move into acceptance of proxy to restore. Sussman,
Motion to accept Phoenix Marshall as the Senator.
there's been a motion to accept Marshall's property. Following all of, is there a second? Lee? Is there a discussion? Audrey? They call him general the question. You check like consent, seeing none, motion passes. Audrey?
Motion to accept Luke Lopez as proxy for Senator CJ Chilico.
A motion to accept Luke Lopez as Super Senator. TJ Toledo, is there a second? Oh no, sorry, second round discussion. And
call the question.
question, we call the judge on the question. You check like consent, you know, instructions. So. Okay, let's move into external reports. We were. So Lisa, do we have the Associate Vice Chancellor for Housing, Willie Brown, present? Here. Okay, so great. You just got to the podium. Okay, sure. Did you have any materials you wanted us to put?
Yeah, I only brought 6 copies, so. That's what I'm using. I'll give you the 6, you can just follow about one of the share. Sorry, I don't have them. Where you go? Been on the road a bit, so.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, we spread those out, please, feel free to introduce yourself and begin.
Hey, my name is Will Brown, I'm Associate Vice Chancellor for Housing, Dining. And I'm certainly invited some here to talk about the 2 housing projects we currently have in progress. Student housing, undergraduate student housing. I'm just launching into what I have.
Yeah, I think-
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So we currently have 2 projects underway right now, San Benito, which is over, people know where my heart is stated, you can see the 3 big cranes that are operating there. That was originally where the old Munger project, some of you may be familiar with Charlie Munger. About 11 years ago, proposed doing a project for the campus. He pledged $200 million and he pledged $280 million and then he walked away. A decade later and COVID later, and so we've taken the program back and we are now building 2 projects. The first project is San Benito, and that's underway. The second project will be on the east side of campus, and that's over where Santa Rosa, what people know commonly knows the Chi 5, that area there. So San Benito got underway in construction just a few months ago. We are targeting a date of 2027 for opening that. It's right now, it's planned for 2,224 students. It's the largest housing project we've done in one swipe during my time here. I've been here 37 years, so I've been for every new housing project. I've been part of the team that built all the new housing here during the course of that almost 3 decades. So really our outcomes that we're really desire is make sure we can house as many students on campus as possible. We also have a legal requirement from the long range development plan that we hadn't met. They had 3,500 new beds. So this accomplishes both of those things. And the regions have set a mandate that any housing we build has to be at least 20% below local market. I think we're targeting now to be about 30% conservatively targeting about 30% below market for this housing will come online. First phase of 2027 and phase 2 over the East Side campus, I believe, fall of 2028. So over a very short span of time, they're bringing on 3,500 net new beds, but a total of about 4,000 beds. If you tear down Santa Rosa Hall to build new, and you'll see it for some of you who have the diagram, you can kind of see where the 3 new buildings are going to be apartments will build you. So San Benito is, I don't know how we'll populate initially, but long term, the first couple of years, we're targeting juniors and seniors. That would be housing, all apartment housing will be for juniors and seniors. And then the east side campus will obviously replace Santa Rosa Hall in kind. But we're also building what we're calling our 2-bedroom apartments there, and those will be hopefully for sophomores. So long-term idea is that as a first-year student, you live in the residence hall, second-year students, maybe you can gravitate to either the east side apartments or over to San Benito. And then your senior year, your junior senior year, you have San Benito as an option here, as well as our other apartments. And so what we've seen historically is that students who want to stay in university housing for more than 1 year, they would rather be in an apartment. We just haven't had sufficient apartment stock. So this, we think, will help go a long ways towards providing that sufficient stock for apartments. The overall cost is going to be about $1.2 billion. It's a billion with a B. Probably about twice the cost of what we're paying right now. When we built our last housing with San Joaquin, that opened in 2018, we built that for about $180,000 a bed. We're building this housing now for about $370,000 a bed. So that little detour Tri-Mugger probably double that. And one of the things I do say about the student housing program, it's all paid by U.S. students. There are no state dollars that come into this equation. So it really means that we have to adjust our student rates. These particular projects are being spread only among the undergraduate students. So only single student housing, not on family housing and not on graduate housing. So that's how we accommodate that. We do that just by increasing our rates to cover the debt. So that, again, that rate increase has to be borne our students, but still in the day, they think will come out looking pretty good in terms of what the market, local market, and our local market is really Isla Vista Ability, and that's what we look at local market. We've studied that significantly over the last, probably 2 decades. Make sure that we're touching the building housing that students can afford. Our costs are also all in, so we don't pay a first and last month's rent. If your roommate leaves, you don't have to replace your roommate. No utilities, no security deposit, all those things are just built into our rate. Well, I can talk all day, so.
I think we can open it up to questions.
Questions, sure, people have questions going, yeah.
Sarona? So thank you for coming first.
Yes, thanks.
This is great to see. So for the East Campus, I'm just curious, when you demolish Santa Rosa, where are those underclassmen?
Yeah, that's a great question. You've asked that question a lot. So it's about 500, well, it's about 600 students in Santa Rosa now. It was built for 412.
Yeah,
So it's been, we've been over capacity for a number of years now by just trying to accommodate our first year students.
Yeah.
So we have what we call unused triples, not necessarily the best term, but we have additional capacity. So those 500 students will just be spread out in places that we had historically tripled in, but we're not. We haven't used the last couple of years. So it's basically replacing those 500 additional spaces.
I see.
So we'll do that in the existing residence halls and apartments. We're also going to be adding additional capacity to apartments, which we haven't done to a larger extent over the last few years, but we will need that space. It's kind of a 1-year blip. Santa Rosa will go down at the end of this academic year. So in June 26th, it goes down. And then fall of 27, we reopen San Benito. So
Okay.
so we're losing 500 or so, but we're getting the next year, we're getting 2,200. So it's a 1-year problem we have, and it's going to be a significant problem. I don't want to downplay the problem, and that area there is just already so congested, and so putting construction cranes and people and contracting area will make it probably not the best year of my life. But the main thing is that we're working with students right now, and so if any of you are actually interested, we just started about 3 weeks ago a construction mitigation. So I shared that with Henry last couple of weeks ago when we met, that really that we'd love to have any participation. It's really what can we do for community so people can study us. A lot of people were off for midterms and listen to me. So whatever we can do to make sure that this is a good environment still for students to live through. We've only kind of had to live through this one time. That was when we built Manson Village 20+ years ago, 2 decades ago. We had to really pay attention to students living in San Rafael all the time. So we have some experience, but nothing of this magnitude.
So with the added capacity here, I see that there's like a renovation or Ortega.
Yeah.
So is that gonna become a full service dining hall?
No, and this really relates to cost. So we're gonna turn Ortega into a full service takeout.
Okay.
So right now, it's kind of been, we've kind of made it takeout, but it's not, in my opinion, not very elegant. So we want to make it elegant. And one of the things we are doing, we're trying to figure out how, before COVID, we had De La Guerra had a late night meal. I don't know if you were here, but De La Guerra was open from 8:30 at night till 12:30 in the morning, serving a fourth meal. And so after COVID, we couldn't hire enough people to maintain late night. It wasn't cost issue, it was a staffing issue. So we think with a takeout, will be our opportunity to have that maybe be a 24-hour facility where people can do takeout 24 hours a day. So that's the goal.
Yeah.
And we can do that with less staff. We have set menus, and so maybe a different menu from, 8 o'clock to 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning.
That's incredible. The added elegance just in terms of longer operating hours, or will there all?
If it's a facility that's built to be takeout, so it's important just to find some lockers and
Sure.
takeout. So I think we're thinking about, with the long-term progress, we're thinking about menus, and we're actually preparing the kitchen to do kind of a 24-hour operation, so we can actually prepare the kind of food the students want to eat at various times of the day. There's breakfast, lunch, dinner, late dinner, and there's early morning.
It would operate by the dining plan it currently does.
Yes.
That's-
And we're doing some modifications on the dining plan. We started some different things this year, working with a lot of students on, having that card. And I was just at UCLA last week, so we're exploring some ideas of how we integrate that into our retail operations. And it's difficult. UCLA runs all the retail operations, so it's all $1. Our retail operations are private vendors. So we still have to work that out, and there should be some opportunity for value to be passed on for students, set value to be go if you want to grab burrito at Monie's, that just open the couple of skill. Yeah.
Thanks for coming in. I was gonna ask a quick question. So being that you're adding well over 3,000 beds, right?
Yeah, it's 3,500 net new, so it's really about 4,000 to add Santa Rosa. We have to build back Santa Rosa.
So will that mitigate the need for triples in the other residence halls?
No, I think that's really an issue of housing typology. So we still need rest hall space for the size of our admitted first year class. So we think we'll keep triples as an option. We aren't gonna do 1,200 triples like we're doing now, but maybe 200 will be there. And that will also help in terms of the cost of attendance if students want to choose a cheaper option, be there. And the new Santa Rosa is actually being built for 3-person occupancy, but it's a built triple, not double that we're cramming people into.
This year, we also saw a 10% increase in students, just historically, through state mandate. With being that we have students like myself who was in a triple last year, and it's just very crowded to say the least. Would you sort of advocate for a lower enrollment rate for UCSB?
I probably would do the opposite, but that's just a different perspective. I think, this campus is financially kind of pinched right now, kind of watched in a way you kind of get yourself out of financial pinches to enroll more students, and plus we're turning away a lot of students. So, and I think the enrollment issue, I think that the new chancellor's gonna have to solve that issue. But you see campuses like UCSD is my alma mater. I got my undergraduate degrees from UC San Diego, and I'm there quite a bit. I have a condo there, so some days if I don't have a lot to do on Friday, I take the train down, spend the weekend, and come back on Sunday night to see a lot of UCSDs on the train with me. I'm in business class. They're doing boat shift to do that. So, but one of the things that San Diego's doing there right now, their long-range development plan has them at 34,000. They're actually at 46,000, 40. I think 40. Yeah, they're 45,000. They're going to 56,000. So they're building a lot of housing. You drive by that place, and there's, but they planned for that. They're planning for that, 40 years ago when I was there as a student. So, but they have the train that goes all the way from the campus all the way to the border. So it allows students and staff, and faculty and workers, to come in from a lot of different points. So their ability to recruit staff to actually do the jobs, the day-to-day jobs. I'm always concerned about custodians and food service people, because those are the lowest paid and the hardest to get. And there's also competition for those jobs. If you can work in Ventura, why would you drive Santa Barbara for the state pay? So we're hoping that somewhere That there's a collaboration between students, faculty, and staff that talk about what's our right growth. So I lived through two long range development plans. The first year I was here was 1990 already. I was here in 1988. And we were 21,000 students, and we had a long range development plan for 20,000 students. Scratch your head, it doesn't make sense to me either. And then this current LRT we're operating on, it was 25,000 students cap. We're already at 26,000, so I hope we at least give ourselves some room to grow, and we can decide if we want to grow at that level. I would think, to me, I would say go for 35,000. If you don't get 35,000, then fine, you at least are gonna allow a few more students to be here, which means it allows you to do more with infrastructure. More students needs more student fees. University Center maybe could get renovated if we get a donor and combination of more students and student fees. It allows more faculty to come and support students in the work. Allows a lot more things that we're not able to do because we simply don't have the money on the campus now. We haven't been smart about our money too, I have to say. They haven't been smart, so I'm hoping that Dennis, Chancellor Saunders, really kind of helps us think our way on the problem and does it in a more collaborative way. We should have never gotten involved with Charlie Munger. That is costing us literally, probably at least $500 million, maybe more, in terms of bad decision making. That's costing all of you money. So we're hoping we're going to stay out of the bad decision business in the future. But I would advocate growth simply because it brings more money to campus and gives more opportunity in the campus to kind of do things more for both students, faculty, and staff.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Shirley?
Hi, this is Chancellor Brown. Thank you for coming. This is
Thanks for having me.
My question was, I know the housing process right now doesn't accommodate all students that want to come back and get some
Yeah.
university apartment. It's like a raffle, I believe, and I've just heard a lot of
It's called a
stories.
lottery. It's-
Lottery.
But you're still
not
taking your
lottery.
chances.
I've just heard a lot of stories of students trying to find housing, thinking and anticipating they'll get apartment housing like through the university, and then they're kind of, for lack of better words, screwed when that time comes. So I was wondering, I know that we are having more housing in the future, but I was wondering, do you anticipate the housing process being the same, changing? Or-
I think we're gonna have to change up. I don't have a roadmap yet, but it's gonna be a lot different than how we've operated before. We've got to think a little bit more deeply about how we house students. I think as we talk as a staff, our goal is to offer, housing for every student who wants it, and they can be here for 4 years if they so choose. Some students, want to explore and live elsewhere. One of the students, I was talking to her today, because I was just talking about doing this presentation tonight, and she lives downtown. And she loves living downtown. She works at Trader Joe's downtown, so it works well for her. And so it's not a forced kind of thing. It's not a priority rule where students have to live on campus. But it's a choice, and we know historically, because we tracked the people, we think we keep about a third for these students. 2/3 go someplace else. And we accommodate about a third. So we think there's another third out there that may want to live with us. Some people may just enjoy living like this. They have 8 people, and they want to experience being on their own a little bit more, but we think we will be able to offer a bed for those who want bed with us and at a bed rate.
Michael?
Hi, thanks for coming.
Yes, thank you.
So I was just a little concerned about like parking, especially like, since one of the apartment like style, like dorm is gonna be on campus. And I don't really see any spots for parking.
There is parking, but there is going to be students who live on campus will have to we call it request a special permit to live on campus. So the only lot we have actually on the main campus is with 99 spaces, and lot 2 that are sandwiched in between Santa Rosa and Santa Cruz. That's the parking lot. That kind of goes away because we're building housing on that, but there are buildings and other ancillary lots that probably don't show on any of the plans as far as there is parking. So we're supposed to get the housing, the same number of parking spaces back. I think it's actually about 30 more, but those may not necessarily be allocated to students in the same way they have in the past.
I guess like how would they be given priorities to like the seniors and the juniors that are living in the apartment?
We haven't.
No, okay.
Nestor Covarrubias, who's my he's my senior associate in the housing. He also prior to this job he's been in a couple of years, he was director of transportation and parking service, so he's still in that role. Because we don't hire new people, we just give people more work to do that. So we're just talking about that, and we're glad to hear feedback from people that have any thoughts about that. Nothing set in concrete, these are just kind of things moving forward with, and we figured we'll have a lot of consultation going forward about that. We want to make sure that those who need a car can have a car, but for the most part, like most campuses in UC, You don't department caps unless you have a special need department. So,
Senator Sherkin?
oh,
Hi, Mr. Brown. Thank you for coming today. I was just wondering regarding your point on the 500 students who will be spread out due to Santa Rosa obviously being torn down. My thought immediately goes to um, students that might need accommodations, might need to be in a double, might need to be in a single. That maybe this obviously might hurt just because doubles might become triples now. So I was just wondering if any consideration is being thought of for students that need these accommodations. I'm just a little bit worried if we're going to spread more students out, um, that it'll be harder in an already hard accommodation system for these students to be in a double or a single. So I'd love your input.
oh, thanks, sir. That's a really good question. And we actually have I'm not sure what it's called. I think it's called the Accommodations Committee. And they weigh special requests every year. We always get special requests for people who need, for a whole variety of reasons, need to be with either just one roommate or no roommates. So we figure that out in our system. We have singles in our system that sometimes people wind up being in a single. We're also actually building more singles in part of both these projects. We have another, we're adding more singles so we can accommodate more and more students who have special needs. It's not a perfect system, but we do, I know Mario Munoz, some of you may know him. Mario has done a great job. He's retired at the end of this year, but he's done a fantastic job. He does a lot of one-on-one work with students to make sure that they're properly placed and in a place where they're comfortable and make new instantly. We want people to be healthy and happy. That's the end goal, if you want some words to pick up. So that's a good question. Thank you.
Recognize Senator Burns down here,
Yeah.
so, okay, Senator Nora, let's get this maybe last one.
Yeah. So is this project also going to free up, like the high five area so that other buildings can be either renovated or replaced? Or is it mainly this and then like for long term?
Yeah, we're gonna renovate for existing older buildings, but we renovated Santa Cruz in 2013, which was kind of hard to tear down. It still has debt on it. And Santa Cap we did in 2014 and Santa Cruz in 2015. So they're coming up on probably what I would call a modest renovation, and then probably full scale. We target it probably in about 10 years. We do kind of what we call a modest renovation, carpet, paint, those kind of things there. And then every 25 to 30 years, we do what we call a full scale renovation. So we kind of get the building and go back and rebuild them. These buildings all have really good bones. That's what makes it hard to tear down. They're concrete and steel, so they're not wood buildings. And so that makes it kind of hard to tear down. Yeah. And I think the campus is actually looking, as you kind of see on there, the buildings are much taller. So we're going 7, 8, 9 stories, where historically we've done 2 stories. The campus itself is kind of spread out low key. And again, being on UCLA, it's like, it's a lot of skyscrapers. Then you go to San Diego, go, oh, UCLA doesn't have skyscrapers, that's a skyscraper. So UC San Diego's next housing building will be 30 stories. It's pretty massive. I don't think I could even get past the 50 story. My age, as you get older, you start to get nervous about things, and height is one of those things.
I have to ask, you said that San Diego's been planning for quite a while, and that's true, but we've also had some very pretty plans from 2010 and
Yeah.
at other times. What is the difference in implementation? Why is it so effective at San Diego? And why is it, even Gary McPherson, who we used to, at UC San Diego, is now Vice Chancellor of Industrial Services and spoke to us a few weeks ago, said that things should move slowly on this campus. Why is that the case, and how can we make it not a part of it?
Well, without naming names, I think this campus has been a little bit risk averse. I've been in higher education for 51 years. This is the most risk, and I've been here 37 years. This campus has been very risk averse. So when I first came in '88, Barbara Ewing was chancellor, and my primary responsibility was to pretty much buy out of Vista. So we had a line of credit from the office of the president to selectively buy buildings and eventually either tear those buildings down or rehab those buildings. That never happened in her time here. She was here. I worked for her for about 20 years, and then change of administration, it just wasn't a priority. So I'm hoping that again with the new chancellor, that some of those things will be a priority, get some things done, because this is a great campus. Students are outstanding, brilliant students, but relative to the fiscal plan, we're lagging behind.
Is that all, senators? So what we're hearing is basically that it can be done, it's a law of nature.
Right. It's nothing on law.
I wanna thank you so much for it,
Okay.
we really appreciate it.
I like to send this over to you as a PDF.
Please, yeah,
Just something.
we can make.
I was running around today and she said, "Oh, you make copies?" And she's walking up. I go, "No, I think I know how to use the copy." All
Thank you so much.
right, thanks.
Good night.
Thank you, folks.
Any, no other speakers on their chance to represent anything, right? Okay, under UCPD representative? Please come on. Holly, I believe they have two things to put on the screen. I believe the first one is the feathers, right? For, yeah, yes. If we can start with that one.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Jeff Lupo. I'm the lieutenant of the Services Division at UCPD. My division includes community outreach, the Detective Bureau, and our CSO program. Somehow I got stuck with IT. Kind of a dinosaur meetings. Following up from Chief Blythe promises from last week, I brought the information that's passed on regarding the bike safety courses. And how to take care of the citations. Along with me today is Corporal Ariel Bernier. He is the community outreach team's senior corporal or senior officer corporal, and he's going to discuss the pedlets from Santa Barbara City.
Good evening, everyone. We haven't met. My name is Corporal Ariel Bornay, UCSB Police Department, and I help oversee our community outreach team. Similar to many people in the room, I am a UCSB alumni. Graduated in 2012 with a major in art, believe it or not. You know, if you're not familiar with the community outreach team, our sole purpose is community-based problem solving. That is our bread and butter. So what that means is if you leave a police department to itself, they use the tools they have available, which are usually warnings, citations, and arrests. But if you take a police department and you dedicate it to its community, you end up with much more creative and long-term solutions. So my unit that I help oversee, we do that full time. So that means when an issue arises in the community, it's our job to reach out to you all and to work with you all to find solutions that a police department may not have. And so I'm excited to be presenting today because we're going to kind of look at a case study of a solution that was implemented in downtown Santa Barbara. And I'm sure you all will have some questions and have some of your own ideas. And, you know, I am committed to taking all feedback. This is a community-wide issue. It's not a UCPD issue. So that means it's going to be solved by our community, and that is you all. So regarding the flyers that you all see, again, my unit is all about community feedback. So we've already received some community feedback on those flyers. So we are in the process of making a few minor edits just for to make them more clear to understand and easier to use. Again, if you have any issues with them, feel free to email me at community@police.ucsb.edu. And we're very aware and very responsive to the feedback. Our chief talked to you last week or last Senate meeting about making sure that everyone who had received a citation got a copy of this literature. And so that was ultimately assigned to the community outreach team. We made contact with every single person that had received a citation. And everyone I talked to said, absolutely, we are going to sign up for the class to get rid of the $40 fee. So I know that was a concern for some students because some tickets were written before this information was finalized. But we tracked them all down, and everyone has been offered that course. So just wanted to give you an update on that. You know, when it comes to the issue of bicyclists and pedestrians interacting on campus, there's been a lot of talk of voluntary compliance through education. And that really is the ideal setup right? We give you all the information, the university gives you the information, people understand the problem and they comply on their own. It may come as a shock to you that that does not always work. It does not always eliminate the problem or reduce the problem to a degree that we can say the problem is solved. So another big thing that my team focuses on is called CEFTED. It's called Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. That's an internationally recognized program. The very short kind of elevator pitch for that is it's the belief that you can design away crime, right? And so you can actually change the environment. So it encourages people to obey the law, again, without a citation, without an arrest. And so, you know, my team does CEFTED assessments of campus. We're working on one right now for this issue with the cyclists. Part of that CEFTED assessment was to not recreate the wheel, right? So we are not the first entity in the world to deal with pedestrians and bicyclists interacting. So we don't necessarily need to create a solution from scratch. And so I like to run on my days off, and I live in downtown Santa Barbara, and I saw these pedlets down there. And we did some snooping, talking to some people that work down there. Hey, what is this? Why is this here? You know, what's the history of it? And it turns out they're dealing with the exact same problem we are. So the purpose of this presentation is just to present our findings on this. It's not necessarily to say this is something we're running with or anything like that. So if you hate them, I don't want to cause any panic. This was literally started because I was on a run. I saw him, I contacted our chief. Our chief said, hey, you need to write that up because we need to be open to any and all solutions. And again, so we could more than happy to critique it, take anything that's useful, and throw away anything that's not useful. So give slide one, the first slide. Or I guess, yeah, the second slide. So what is a pedlet? A pedlet is a modular prefabricated raised platform designed for pedestrians. Pedlets provide a protected walking zone, separating people from other activities on the street. For example, bicycles. So just to give you some context on what this is, during COVID, the city of Santa Barbara decided to shut down the 500 block of State Street to vehicle traffic. The reason they did that was because they wanted to give the restaurants an opportunity to expand their outdoor seating. So they moved the outdoor seating onto the sidewalks. So they completely blocked the sidewalks. And then they left the road, which used to be for vehicles, they left the road for bicyclists and pedestrians. Everyone cheered, everyone said, "Ooh, hoorah, this is great." And then as you might imagine, what happens, as we know, when you mix bicyclists and pedestrians, right? And so they're running into some issues. People were getting hit, people were complaining. It's literally the exact same problem we're dealing with here. So one of the solutions that they sought was these pedlets. So what these pedlets do is they extend in downtown Santa Barbara. They start at the curb line where the sidewalk was, and they extend out into the street, which is a raised pedestrian platform, right? So what it does is it gives people who are on foot or on wheelchairs, on crutches, the opportunity to have this protected space where they can walk, and then the rest of the street is where the bicyclists can ride. So right, so it gives you the opportunity, if you're like, hey, I just want to be on the part with people, with pedestrians, I don't want to be in the roadway with cyclists. It gives you the option to walk on this pedlet. We went out there officially, the community outreach team to make this report. And we saw some people were walking in the street, some people were walking on the pedlets. 99% of the bicyclists remained on the street, which was good because we were worried about that. Like, what happens if the bicyclists just start riding on this pedlet? But most people, almost all the bicyclists remained in the street. I'd say a good majority of the pedestrians used the pedlet, but some of them did remain in the street. And it reminded me of something that someone told me on this project. You know, we're not necessarily going to be able to eliminate this issue as far as bicyclists and pedestrians intermingling, but we certainly can reduce, right, the harm associated with it. So just seeing it firsthand, I was like, okay, again, there still are some pedestrians interacting with the bicyclists, but it did reduce that, right, and gave people the option if they're not comfortable walking with the bicyclists, it gave them a protected zone. Pedlets are very durable, they're water resistant, and they're modular to fit unbalanced grounds and curvy sidewalks. So the modular piece is important because, as we've already discussed last week with the barricades, right, you have this great idea and then you put it into implementation. And then what happens? It's like, oh, we weren't expecting this to happen or that to happen, or, you know, on these certain days, it doesn't work. On these other days, it does work. So having a modular solution is very important because you can adapt and overcome when the real life implementation comes up. And so modular meaning we could change them, we can adjust them. It really is up to us to determine what those look like. The ones on State Street and the photos you've seen so far in this presentation, they do not have any like handrails, and they do not have 360 ADA access ramps to approach it. That was a decision that was made by the city of Santa Barbara, but again, it's modular, so we could have that. So we'll have some photos at the end of this presentation where you can see what it would look like with actual handrails. The handrails would be important again to prevent bicyclists from riding up onto the pedlet. And then obviously having the either 360 or all of the areas where you could enter it, having that wheelchair ramp would be important to make it accessible, ADA compliant. And then, I mean, this is on there. You could also change the colors of them to match the environment if you're concerned about them being ugly. Go to the logistics slide. This is where, you know, I want to stress this was us looking at the way other people solve the problem, not necessarily us saying we're going to use this. So they did the 500 block of State Street is where they implemented these pedlets. It's only one block. The cost was approximately $528,000 to do that. And that was, they only did the ADA access at the entrance and exit, so they didn't have the 360 ramps, and they did not opt for any railing. And so, again, that is, again, the number they gave us for how much they invested in that. And as it was already mentioned, we know that money is tight. But I'll get, at the end, I'll kind of talk about the importance of finding a solution to this issue. So there's that. Go to the next slide, please. So Pedlet's pros and cons. The pros was functionality. It successfully separated bike and pedestrian traffic, again, without any level of enforcement or without any physical presence by anyone at all, right? It was just, they redesigned the environment to encourage compliance. Aesthetically, they were appealing. Again, we can get the campus colors. They're modular. We talked about that. It's able to be adjusted if our plans don't match the reality of the implementation. The expense we talked about in the negative, but the positive would be, it is potentially cheaper than doing an entire bike lane. I'm not saying we don't want a bike lane. I know we want a bike lane, but again, if it came down to it, let's say for some reason we couldn't get a bike lane, again, this would be an option. Okay, well, this would be technically cheaper than getting a bike lane. This last point, I have to be very careful about the way I explain it. But basically, what the Pedlet does is it creates a de facto bike lane. So what that means is by marking clearly the area you want your pedestrians to walk, it leaves this just open space right next to it. Because it is illegal to ride a bike, we couldn't. The pedestrians have a place to walk. Now this is for cyclists, right? Like that's just something I can say, because there's a process to creating that as a bike lane. Again, it is an opportunity to protect themselves and against people who, in this case, would be breaking the law by riding the bike on the sidewalk. So, again, when I say de facto bike lane, I'm not saying if we get a Pedlet, any space left over is for the bikes. It's not what we're saying, but we are saying it would give pedestrians an opportunity to protect themselves. The cons, we already talked about this. They only did one block, and it was $528,000. And again, they did not purchase the handrails. They did not purchase the necessary ADA side rails. on their ankle or just, I don't know if you ever had that unexpected step feeling. It's not, it's like being on a roller coaster. So people didn't like that. And again, there was a lack of the rail, lack of the ADA ramping. But again, it should be noted that those can be purchased. And then the last one is people have raised concerns about if you walk on a pedlet, you'll see there's little gaps between the slack. So people raise concerns about like, high heels can as well. You can go to that next slide. I don't even know who I'm talking to. Who am I talking to? Ollie, can you go to the other configuration list?
You can actually text.
Yeah, Japanese.
Okay, it's on all of your agendas, so.
Okay, so for the other configuration photos, basically the first photo on the left will show you what it looks like when railing, right? If you want to walk outside, and that adds that again, extra level of protection where you really are, protected from any again illegal cycles. In this case, is what it would be. The photo in the middle shows you what it would look like if we were to add those ADA ramps, kind of on the long edges of it as well. And again, pros and cons of that. Pros is it's more accessible, easy to get off. Con would be it would make it easier for a bicyclist to ride onto it. And then the last photo on the right just kind of again shows you a different angle of what it could look like. Again, our corridor may look more like that, which is kind of a straight shot. I'm going to read off my phone since I can't see it up there. So in summary, overall, again, given certain if things played out a certain way, pedlets could be a viable short-term solution in areas where bicyclists and pedestrians frequently interact on campus. The company used by the city of Santa Barbara is called Mod Street. They emphasize adaptability and seem capable of customizing installations for a wide variety of site conditions. After experiencing the pedlets firsthand, the UCSB community outreach team confirmed that they are constructed well with durable, heavy materials, and they appear well suited for outdoor environments, including we walked on them when they were a little wet because we were concerned about that and we did not slip. It does create a separate, clearly delineated raised walkway with the potential for proper railings, and it could enhance protection from bike pedestrian collisions and also contribute to the visual appeal of the area. The remaining challenges include ensuring adequate fire lane access per the fire marshal's guidance. So I talked to him briefly about that corridor, and his number one concern is, if you all don't know, that entire corridor is a fire lane. So literally does not matter what solution we come up with, whether it is up from a bike lane to a barricade to a pedlet, that issue is going to have to be addressed. And so he was telling me that there is regulations for how wide of a space you need to leave open for a fire truck. I'm going to work on getting that exact number or distance, because then I can just go out there and measure. Do we have space for a pedlet and enough sidewalk left so a fire truck can still get through there safely. As far as next steps would go. Again, we haven't taken these steps yet because we haven't talked to you all about this yet, but the next step would just be working with the fire marshal to get his approval for it, kind of like what we did with the barricades. We had to work with them to get approval. And then obviously a quote specific to UCSB's campus would be nice, so we're not dealing with numbers for other people's projects, but projects for ours. Yeah, that is our report on that issue. Before I open it up to questions, I want to just reiterate, we presented this at our weekly community bike safety update that we do over Zoom. If you all haven't heard about it, hopefully someone's passed you a link. We'd love to have you up there. The reaction that we got there was obviously they felt like it wasn't cost efficient. Again, this would be a temporary solution. We're looking at this as a temporary solution. These are designed to be temporary. And then I was telling Lieutenant Lupo, it was interesting. We had talked about the barricades and, people had their concerns. They raised their issues, but then we talked about pedlets and people are like, actually, those barricades are now starting to look a little better. So again, I think it is very important that we work together to solve this. You know, in my experience, it's always easier to say what's not gonna work versus actually come up with a solution that will work. You know, we are not unaware of the fact that when law enforcement officers leave these areas, compliance with the laws drops pretty pretty immediately. This literally, as we drove up here, this is not an exaggeration. We were driving by the ILP corridor. We visually saw it because we were making a turn for 6 seconds, and in those 6 seconds, we counted 6 people riding their bikes in there, and it was not busy. So again, officers weren't out there right now, and that was on average of one violation per second. So again, please believe me when I say it. I've dedicated pretty much my entire career to community-based problem solving. So again, I do not take offense when you all tell me something doesn't work, but I really, really value saying, okay, but what is going to work? When police officers aren't there, like, how are we going to help, again, reduce this problem? And again, how can we come up with a solution that doesn't end up in needing to be citations, warnings, and arrests, right? That really is something my team is dedicated to full time. For me, when I go to my boss and I say, hey, that idea we had doesn't work, his first question is okay, well, then what are we going to do, Ariel? And so, you know, I don't get to say, well, nothing. We're just going to continue to have this safety hazard exist on campus, and we're going to pray that something bad doesn't happen. It's like that doesn't work. So, I would love to hear any thoughts, comments, or concerns on this presentation, and I look forward to working with you all on this problem moving forward.
Thank you, Corporal Ariel
Bornay,
for coming in. We appreciate your time and, you know, the genuine effort from UCPD to find temporary solutions while we await the bike path, because the bike path is well underway and that will be the ultimate solution. I believe that's been the hope for a while.
Yeah.
In regards to cost, I know that you had said in the community meeting, a lot of people mentioned concerns with the cost effectiveness. Where did you anticipate this funding coming from? And and would it be better served going towards the bike path?
Yeah, so that's what
Straight up.
that's what someone suggested in the community meeting is, hey, if this funding even exists, why don't we just use it, put it towards the bike path? You know, I'll be totally transparent with you. We are coming to you at the beginning, the beginning phases of this. Like, we haven't even contacted the company, right? The reason why we're doing it this way is because that's the right way to do it, to be totally honest, is to, when we have these problem solutions, we can start now. So we're not, you know, 2-3 months into this, we're all, you know, married to the idea, and then find out you all like it. So we're trying to do this the right way, and bring it to you. And if this isn't a solution that the community wants, and it's not viable, then we don't need to move on to finding funding and those things. Again, maybe we go back to some previously pitched solutions and rework those. But I have not started the process of looking into funding for this, because again, it's not appropriate, because we haven't worked with our community on even deciding this. Yeah.
Thanks for coming. I've also experienced this myself. I think they're very useful as well, but the second was that I feel like it is a temporary short-term solution that's not might with it, but I do think it's something that we can look into and maybe see how much more the cost barriers. I wonder, do you see this as more viable, or I guess my question is, how long would you expect these pilots to be there for, I guess, or like the duration of it? money on these pilots, and it looks like the estimated cost would be quite costly, like what would your expected timeline be, like when they would be up, like when they would be up until, I guess, like 30?
Yeah, I mean, they would be up until construction started in that zone, right? Because once construction starts, that whole part's gonna be blocked off anyways. I listened to the Senate meeting from last time, and I know there's discussions on, and maybe some discrepancies on what the actual timeline is for the bike path, construction starting on that. So obviously, before we invested in something like this, we would want to get like a hard, like a very clear answer on, hey, it's gonna be whatever, 1 year, 2 years before construction starts. If we do have kind of an answer like that, that's where something like this is something that would be looked at viable. If they say, no, winter break, we're gonna start, then obviously we're not gonna spend $520 for a solution that short. So, but I got that feeling in me right now that's telling me I'm speaking about something above my pay grade. So Ariel Bournet will not be involved in any of the funding decisions. But yeah, so I'm just kind of speaking from common sense right now. Yeah.
Sarma? Yeah, thank you for coming in. I think it's important that we put a bunch of ideas out there just to see like what catches and what doesn't. I guess like the people, I wasn't attending the meeting for bike safety, but this is something I care about a lot, so I think it's cool to see this. I do think this will cost more than the one on State Street, just given the constraints that you've told us, like the ADA stuff, the railings, and also just the fact that that street section is 470 and the bike path as measured would be like 600. So
yeah,
I think that would add a decent amount of money to it. I guess like I'm just thinking about maybe there's a way we could put in like a railing or something, but not the full padlet. But I don't know. I do think there's more cost effective ways to do this, but I think this is cool to see. So I'd like to thank you for that.
Real.
Justin?
Thank you, Corporal. I know you're here to talk about pilots, not recent events on campus, but I think it's kind of our duty as a student senate to talk about what's going on campus. And you mentioned, I don't remember the acronym exactly, was CE.
It's called Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design.
Right.
It's pronounced CEPTED.
CEPTED. So with that being said, since being here at UCSB, there's been an increase in cases of crimes in the lagoon, also with racial discrimination cases and sexual assault cases. So has there been any sort of conversation at UCPD level or university-wide level to ensure student safety in the lagoon, or just overall on campus, either via security or lights on campus? Because it's a problem that students are concerned about.
Thank you for your question. I was looking at the email that was sent out to all the students right before we came in here, and I just want to recognize that that's heavy and it's concerning. And so, if you're feeling the weight of that, we're feeling it as well. So we appreciate your question. As far as, I don't want to speak on behalf of the university, I'll just speak on behalf of the community outreach team and what we're doing. So I don't know if you all are familiar with the Lighting and Safety Walk. It's an annual event that we put on to address that very issue. What areas on campus are too dark and are unsafe and maybe need a blue light phone or need to trim the bushes back so people can't hide in them. If you've gone to the safety walk, you know that the lagoon's not covered on that walk. And so I'll give our chief of police credit. Immediately, he reached out to my team and was like, we gotta add a new route and it needs to be the lagoon. So when we're gonna send an email out to the students about this event, and it's gonna be sent out as soon as I finish the map for the new route, including the lagoon. In our meeting today about this, we were talking about how the lighting safety walk, we're normally looking at, lights that are out and sidewalks that are, trip hazard and stuff like that. The lagoon is a whole different animal. It's you're in the wilderness. So it is going to be unique, and it's going to, we could use some help in what type of violations or safety hazards or recommendations that we should make notes of when we're out there. So again, if you have suggestions, just email community@police.ucsb.edu. Yeah, we want to do that right. And we want to make sure we're logging the community's feedback and the community's take on this. you know, when this idea was first pitched to me, I told my chief, hey, maybe the police department goes out there first and we just kind of come up with, and he immediately shut it down. He said, absolutely not, get the community out there first and with you and do this simultaneously and work with them. And so that, I was like, heard that loud and clear. So the safety walk is going to be on November 5th. And everyone in the community is going to be invited. We especially would love to see some representation from the students and from the Senate out there. And one of the routes will be, we'll probably put, we start at the library, but we'll probably, for the people doing this new route, we'll probably get into a van, drive you out to the lagoon. And then we'll have flashlights, again, wear appropriate shoes, wear warm clothing. And we're going to take notes on kind of what can we do in this area, because it is a unique area. You know, usually in other places on campus, we could just say, hey, put a light here, put a light there. But there's environmental concerns, you know, with the ecosystem out there and everything. So, you know, I'm always biased towards safety. I'm always going to say, let's just do safety first, and you know, everything else we'll deal with it later. But again, that's not, unfortunately, not how the world works. But it is important for us to at least document what the changes you want to see out there, and then we'll pass it up to the people that can make those types of changes.
Brief follow-up, the center passion.
Thank you so much appreciated. The last question I had was, can you send out that route to either someone in the Senate or Henry, so that way we can kind of post it association wide, so that way students can see that new route?
Absolutely. I believe it'll most likely be finished by tomorrow. We have a very busy day tomorrow though, so if it's not, I'll come in on my day off. I'll come in on Friday and finish that so that we can get it out sooner. Thank you. Yeah.
I'll make this quick. Thank you for coming. I just wanted to follow up along this topic about adding something. I know that you guys are finalizing it tomorrow. I was gonna send you an email and kind of save this question, but maybe you can rush this on to that. There is an area by San Joaquin connecting the San Ynez and San Joaquin kind of parking lot, which students that live in San Joaquin are forced to park at if they want a parking permit. That is completely dark, completely unsafe. I've avoided using I don't live there anymore. Part of the reason because parking is horrible. But I've avoided leaving my apartment because it's so dark and it's so unsafe. And last year somebody was shot on that bike path. So if you could add that San Joaquin area in between the San Ynez and San Joaquin parking lot, and then also on El Colegio, there are sidewalks on the side opposite San Joaquin that are completely unlit. I've fallen on my skateboard at night because there's bumps in the sidewalk and in the cracks and bumps in the sidewalk, forgive me. And so if you can add that, I was gonna send you an email, but I know that you guys said that you're finalizing it tonight or tomorrow, so.
So again, I just want to be frank with you all. Adding routes, it requires a lot of personnel, and it's not as simple as just like, oh, we'll add another route. It's time and energy. So what we do is, in the email that we send out, we're gonna have, hey, if you have areas of concern that aren't on these specific routes, right? Email them to us. What we do with that is we produce a document that totals all of the community's concerns that we picked at, whether it's a lighting hazard, a safety hazard, a landscaping hazard, and then we give it to the people on campus that make these changes, right? Again, I'm not gonna be out there trimming these bushes. I'm not gonna be out there changing the light bulbs because I'd get electrocuted. And so we're passing this on to UCSB entities that can make these changes. So even if especially if your area of concern is not pictured on the route, or even if you just, we are covering that route, but you can't make it that day, I strongly encourage you to email us your concerns, and we'll include that in the report with everything else so that they can go out and make those changes directly. I would love to see this event expand so we can cover more and more areas. But in the meantime, and again, because this is coming up soon, we'll have that mechanism for feedback available. And again, it's not any less than or anything like that. It's getting put in the same report that goes to the UCSB entities that make these changes. So, yeah.
I'm Corporal. We've taken these amount of times. We want to thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Down to graduate student association representatives. So ladder, your time. feel free to introduce yourself and begin.
Hi, my name is Laura Snell. I am external co-president of the Graduate Student Association.
And I'm Patrick Tugwell. I'm the VP of Campus Affairs.
And so we wanted to come and introduce ourselves, technically via both of our organization's governing documents. We have reciprocal seats. And I think that practice has fallen into disuse over the past, who knows? I only started this job last year. But one of the things that the GSA has been working on, we're in year 2 of a 2-year process of restructuring. So last year we rewrote our constitution, and this year we're working with a body to rewrite our bylaws, and we're trying to basically re-engage in all the points of campus that we think the institution should have been responsible for engaging in, one of which is the associated students. So we're hoping to reestablish that relationship both here with the Senate and with the various ASU committees that have graduate student seats, like the FIGHT committee, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, that's kind of my spiel. It's very brief. One procedural thing though is that we as an assembly only meet once a month. Our executive board meets weekly, but we only do our full kind of parliamentary procedure once a month. And that is the point in which we are allowed to take larger financial decisions that are outside of our annual budget approval as a body. So if there's ever anything we want to collaborate on, it's important for us to communicate before our monthly assembly meetings. Yeah. I mean, if you have any questions, I'll answer them, but.
I want to first thank you and the GSA for being key negotiators on the library issue. You were there every step of the way, and I've been very supportive on the main things going on campus this last few weeks. So, there's any questions? Do you want to give us maybe just a brief rundown of the org structure and maybe its budget so people have a point of reference?
Sure. So we do not have the same budget you all do. We have approximately $330,000 operating budget, which is a significant increase for us from last year when our operating budget was, I think, roughly 180. We created a new lock-in fee for graduate clubs this year. There's no RCO program directly committed to graduate student campus life, so we made one. And so the same kind of funding that is distributed via SEAL and student fees for undergraduates, there's now an attempt at a parallel program for graduate students. We run multiple grants that benefit graduate students directly, that are kind of predetermined by our lock-in fees as how we can spend that money. One is the emergency grant, which is for graduate students who are in fiscally dire straits to apply to. We're always in fiscally dire straits, so that always gets used in full. We almost doubled that grant this year. We also doubled our travel grant, which is one of the ways in which we, for those of you who are interested in attending graduate school one day, you probably already know this, but a big part of getting a job one day is going to conferences where you present your research before you've actually finished your PhD. There's very little support for that institutionally at UCSB, unless you happen to have a department or a lab director who is flush. So we have our own dedicated conference grant pool in which we pay for or contribute to the travel expenses for graduate students who are attending professional conferences. We also run a graduate student specific childcare grant that helps offset the cost of childcare for student parents. And so that's like a big, probably like, I'm spitballing numbers here, but that's like well over a third of our budget that's already locked in. And like we're committed to spending that on those things. The rest is operational and mostly pays for us to try to get graduate students to go sit on committees that they don't want to sit on. And events. We do throw social events. We have like 3 large quarterly events, and then like smaller ongoing kind of like Halloween party. It's Dead Week and you're grading. Dead Week is a lie kind of events. Structurally, we have an odd structure because I think a decade ago there was someone who was a bit of an anarchist in charge and they rewrote some stuff. So we have 2 co-presidents. We have a co-president external, which is me, and then internal, which is my colleague Gustavo Sampaio. And I basically handle everything external to the operations of the Graduate Student Association, and he handles the internal. So I am who goes to talk to every university administrator, and who reached out to Dan and Audrey and like all of these people. and then Gustavo makes sure that our Senate equivalent functions and that our staff get paid. We also are who fund and staff the Graduate Student Lounge, which is right across from y'all on the second floor of the NCC. Which is kind of the only non-library space for graduate students to socialize or work. So we pay for that and also for it to have coffee and snacks from 9 to 4 every day. But if you want some, you can probably sneak in. We won't get mad. And yeah, and bagels on Wednesday, which usually run out by noon. We also have 5 vice presidents. We have the vice president of campus affairs, Patrick, whose name I feel like is the most direct in what he does. Which is hopefully be the liaison between this body and also is the person who handles the housing committee and healthcare and all that stuff.
Even events.
Then we have a VP of events, so if you ever want to hold a joint party, if that's not weird for you, that's my friend Jing Su. And then we have a vice president of communications, which is Vivi Valle Gomez, who you might also know, she's the director of the Women's Center on campus. She wears many hats. And then our vice president of financial affairs, Taylor Martinez, and our vice president of external affairs, who does the graduate student equivalent of the what is it, SAU? What's the statewide for undergrads called again?
UCSA.
Yes, thank you. We go to UCGPC. And Sarah Bacon, yeah, I don't know why. Is our vice president of external affairs. She attends that and then also does lobbying trips for us in Sacramento and Washington DC every year and the Regents meeting and stuff. And that's kind of our overview. That's it. We don't really have staff. We did ask for a fee increase to hire staff this year, so maybe we'll get more productive. Fingers crossed.
We also increased the representatives from, what was it?
Oh, yeah, so my first year as an assembly rep, which is the year before last, we failed to have an assembly meeting, so we couldn't meet quorum.
Yeah.
Which was like, by the way, like 14 people.
Yeah.
But we now have 44 reps. The maximum possibility on campus is like roughly 54, depending on how you cut it. So we've really been working to build out engagement, and hopefully we get to the point where you can have some really functioning standing committees, but we're working on it.
Thanks so much. Senator Patrick.
Hello, good to see you again. Hi, Patrick. I am working on a project, kind of asynchronously with Senator Manitoba, President Metzger, to form a department of alumni affairs. And I was wondering if you could maybe connect me with somebody that would be a good fit for this project, if anyone has the bandwidth to do so.
In the sense of like a development team?
Actually, sounds like.
Yes, so we'd be creating, it's kind of complicated right now. I just need some people behind me to. But essentially, we would be the goal is to try to carve out a department that either works with the current alumni affairs or works independently to kind of have graduate students and associated students accounted for in alumni activities.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be happy to help with that. And if it can't be me permanently, then we can find someone.
Yeah.
I actually think like the movement towards alumni donorship and philanthropy is like the only way that UC Santa Barbara is gonna survive the next 3 years. To be totally frank, we're looking at 15% indirect cost recovery, which is like insane.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Mary Van. I'm the vice chair of the liaison committee. Our chair currently isn't here, but we just wanted to introduce ourselves and establishing a sort of connection regarding certain or events or collaboration within AS. We would love to be kind of the venue for that. So I look forward to work with this.
Yeah, cool. Hi, thank you guys for coming. This regarding a specific event. We're having a pumpkin patch event on the 30th. And we would love for grad students to come and be involved. So 1, invitation extended.
Cool.
2, if you guys want to collaborate in any way or like table for anything, whatever, we're trying to boost our engagement right now. So I'd love to get in contact with either of you guys about that. I can give you my email or something right now.
No, that would be awesome. Also, I should say this out loud and maybe in your agenda, but my email, like is GSA hyphen, ignore that one. My real email is Laura, LAURA, S, N is in Nancy, ELL @ucsb.edu. Andre and Leanne also have my GSA email, which I will get wrong if I try to say it to you right now. So I'll just save us from that. But you're welcome to email me about anything at any time. Yeah.
Thank you. Nice.
So you mentioned that like graduate students don't really have like an official thing equivalent to how like undergrads have like our student engagement and leadership, like including RCOs or registered campus organizations. I am familiar though that a lot of the RCOs that I am a part of or like kind of like collaborate with, they do have a lot of graduate student members just like participating in the RCO because they're interested in the like
Yeah.
stuff. So are you guys like, do you guys like know a lot about this or like what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, we've had some really long conversations with Carlos Navarros and the SEAL team, and part of the move towards a graduate club system, well, it was a couple fold. My friend and the former co-president internal Bedlam Oak really wanted grad clubs. So that was step one. Step two, though, was that we found that graduate students were really disinclined to create a club or to be part of the leadership structure of a club. Because, I mean, y'all do this too, but like a lot of us work 3 jobs. And there are certain kinds of leadership skills and safety requirements that the campus has for undergraduate students that they don't make graduate students adhere to in any other context. So we got the feedback that it was like a bit patronizing. And so part of Bedlam's desire was to create a system in which graduate students could create clubs with basically less of these checks and balances in order to be able to do it. And then also us as the GSA have a vehicle to help fund those clubs because there's SEAL and RCO structure for graduate students to make an RCO, but there's no structure for them to then get funding for that RCO. So part of it is that we will, help graduate students have $500 a quarter to organize a couple of camping trips, that kind of thing.
Last question, Elise.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful idea, and I think it's super important that grad students have like some sort of campus life other than just being like, like stranded in a department. That kind of leads me to this next question. I know oftentimes graduate students are usually only friends or like have interactions with other graduate students in their departments. I'm part of the chemistry and biochemistry department. I work in a grad student lab. And that's like typically what I've noticed is that there's not much like outside interaction. So that's why I think this is a very like important thing to the campus is having this graduate student association. Like what like former work have you guys done to like really like unite like graduate students from like different departments to engage with each other?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's great. So historically, we've had what we call the Mosier Alumni House Party every year, which is where we rent that out. We have a big like welcome to grad school that mostly targets first year events. But until we had our budget increase, one of the restraints we hit was like both funding and staffing in relationship to the graduate student body. So there are like approximately 2,900 graduate students on campus, give or take, or at least enrolled. Some people are in abstention doing research. But we don't actually have the like people power or the finances historically to throw a party for all 2,900, right? So then it's like, what kind of events can you host that like attract different demographics so they feel like they have community, but we really can't do an event for more than like 300 people at once and this kind of juggling. We did start this past year a thing that I hope we'll be able to continue and that we're putting on, we did a summer barbecue. One of the things we realized last year was that, and I totally forgot to tell you our annual priorities, I'm sorry, I'll backtrack to that in a second. But was that with the change in visa regulations for international students, we had a huge body of graduate students who would normally not be here in the summer that were suddenly A, stuck in Santa Barbara and B, underemployed because those visa status changes didn't happen until after job positions for the summer had already been offered. So we basically held a bunch of parties and then moved $75,000 from our carry forward from prior years into our emergency grant so that we could reopen emergency grant funding for people who were unexpectedly affected in the summer. And we're trying to have bi-weekly events, but our VP of events is now on maternity, which is awesome. For her and her family, but we are probably 3 weeks out from hiring an event coordinator who hopefully can do some other events, but you are correct. The biggest bonding experience that the graduate students have had in almost 5 years I've been here was the 2022 labor strike. So,
I will say another thing that comes up in some of our assembly meetings when people propose different events is like how, if we're gonna fund this, how does it impact the broader graduate student population? Versus just, oh, this is for one department, it's clear that that's all it's for. So we do encourage that as a body, but obviously
totally.
it's difficult.
And some of our reps from last year, I think, have started to really take initiative. One of our engineering reps has started planning and then coming out to us for funding these kind of like Ellen's Engineering 2 block party things to try to get the different people who spend 70 hours in their labs, like
Right.
out and talking to people. So hopefully that continues.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
Great.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Being awesome.
I don't know your friends, but is it okay if we go home though?
Oh, we want the same priorities.
Oh, our priorities are really straightforward. The university's budget is screwed, and therefore graduate students are as well. Because of both our education and our employment.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out funding solutions where we can and advocate for those solutions. Academic freedom of speech. Huge issue right now. The regents are trying to pass policies left and right that curtail that. International student visas. Yeah, I don't know. The big stuff.
A little, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Is there an IBCSD representative present? Sorry, the Youth and Governance Board representative present, IBCSD representative present. Seeing none, do we have unanimous consent to move into section D, public forum? Consent, like I said. Seeing none, we're in public forum, I will yield chairship briefly to Senator Jones.
Okay, is there anyone here for public forum? Maya Clark. Okay, and then I also have Leo Brown. Okay, you wanna come up? So,
Just for the senators, this is Leo Brown. He's gonna be presenting about the HIP proposal that I sent you guys like a couple hours ago. He was here in the spring. He'll introduce himself, obviously, but I want to make you guys aware that HIP proposal he's gonna be discussing is in all of your inboxes right now.
thank you. Okay, I'm gonna read the speaking agreement. You have 3 minutes to speak with 3 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of the senator's intentions is prohibited and may result in you being removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it is on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning that will be graphic. You may only come up once and you may choose not to answer questions. Do you agree?
Yeah. Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you guys for having me again today. My name is Leo Brown. I'm a 4th year economics and environmental studies major. He, him pronouns. And yeah, the last time we talked, I pitched to you guys a project that would reduce campus-wide emissions, tackle hygiene insecurity, and also provide paid student leadership opportunities. And today I'm pitching it as a high-impact project proposal. This proposal seeks to transform UCSB's laundry rooms into sustainable hubs of opportunity by installing plastic or package-free liquidless laundry detergent sheet dispensers in all residence halls. Our pilot phase will strategically place 2 to 3 dispensers in high-traffic dorms, accompanied by surveys to track engagement, behavioral change, and demand for expansion. Following the pilot, we aim to deliver free, zero-waste laundry access to every student living on campus. Why are we doing this? The problem is urgent. Traditional detergents are prohibitively expensive and environmentally harmful. For the university, intentional product designs lead to overuse of detergents, creating excess suds that eat away wax on flooring, clog pipes, and accelerate machine breakdown. This increases machine downtime and generates unnecessary packaging waste, undermining UCSB's zero waste and broader sustainability commitments. So our solution, in partnership with Generation Conscious, we will install these zero waste laundry detergent sheet dispensers maintained by first generation low-income student fellows from the company, offering paid and mentoring professionals development positions. By adopting this program as UCSB's first regenerative economic model, we enable more workforce development opportunities for first generation low-income students. And further, it further emphasizes the longevity and affordability of community-enabled sustainability.
30 to 40% of program revenues go towards these first generation low income student fellows, regenerating capital towards economic justice for underrepresented students while spearheading the movement for environmental and hygiene justice and laundering across the country. Briefly, this project helps to set a standard for what can be achieved on the UC level and how campuses can reduce scope 3 emissions simultaneously, providing opportunities for the underrepresented. By joining over 20 universities already leading the movement, UCSB has the opportunity to be a West Coast leader in hygiene equity and climate positive campus innovation.
Okay. Are there any questions? You actually will be taking questions?
Yes.
Why do you think it's better that it should be free and paid for by the government or by the student government and then given free for students, as opposed to just the students paying a cheap rate or at cost or whatever?
Because we've noticed that if it's in the laundry rooms through student surveys across other universities, that if it's something that students have to pay for, it's unlikely that they're going to use it, even if it is right in the laundry room. It just hasn't shown positive results because it's just another barrier for students who can't already afford to pay for it. So just being able to walk into the laundry room and be like, okay, I can grab my laundry detergent and do my laundry without having the hassle of having to pay for it. So just going in and like how we just had the initiative to make the laundry machines themselves free for students. That was another barrier for students, and that whole initiative was pushed for students to have that accessibility to do laundry. So why can't we have it as well as laundry detergent? And so we're just trying to hurdle that barrier once again.
Senator Kim? Hi, thank you for sharing this proposal with us. I see that you guys said that the coalition of students that are working on this is, one of them is the Environmental Affairs Board. How much of what amount of their money or budget have they said that they would be able to give to this project?
That is still in discussion right now. We're hoping for the pilot phase that the funding can be from the AS project budget, and that if we were to expand down the line, we can get gather support from more BCUs on campus to cover recurring costs for the detergent itself. But right now, the Environmental Affairs Board, we've had discussions of just like overall support and like just like kind of that discussion. So in terms of like the funding that they would provide and
Senator Patrick. Hello, yes, so I'm looking over the high impact project proposal, and forgive me if I haven't read it in depth enough. I only had it read to me just a while ago, but regardless, what is there a case study? What are the statistics to show that I can't just go in there and take all the laundry detergents out? And if you've already said that, I do apologize. I know that we're getting the less advanced dispenser, so I can't imagine that you would have to tap your card or anything like that. That seems like that would be expensive.
yeah, that's actually the difference, or one of the key differences between the low tech and the high tech version of these dispensers is that there's like the user authentication and server survey possibility. So you could have students put in there like a PIN number or like firm number, and then they would be able to like take out however many sheets we could allocate for them. So like say kind of week or whatever that number we would decide to be. It could be like that if we were to go with the high tech machines, but through previous discussion, I'm pretty sure we're going with the low tech, which is pretty much just like a paper towel dispenser. You have your hand in front of the dispenser with laundry detergent sheet, but there's no user authentication for the low tech option.
Okay, I'm gonna do last question. Do you have a question? Senator Lincoln? I thought you had a question to ask. Senator Mohan.
I know this may not like be decided yet, but for the dispensers, like how many like sheets do you think will fit in, like a dispenser? And like I know you mentioned like how if like a dispenser is like broken business days, it will hopefully get fixed. Like what about like is there a system for when sheets run out, like when they would like get restocked or something like that?
Yeah, that's like one of the services of the junior college managers is that they would act as like the main form of communication between UCSB dorms and like the machines. They would be looking at them and contact the CEO or founder of Generation Conscious and say, hey, we need to put another shipment in either now or soon if you know we decide to put it in before they actually run out. but that would be a duty covered by that.
Thank you. We are out of time for questions. If you have any more, just follow up. Last ones, no,
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes.
you're. Motion to extend speakers time by 5 minutes. You chair back, please.
Do you want to just?
Yeah, I was saying,
Logan,
motion to extend the speaker's question and answer time by 5 minutes.
motion to extend the speaker's question and answer time by 5 minutes. Is there a second part of it?
Second.
The second round, discussion one, case. Question, calling judge call the question. Judge like extend. Seeing none, motion does pass.
Leo, first of all, I want to apologize. I sent this out to them late. Everyone should have been able to see this on Monday when the agenda was sent out, but I messed up. So that's why some of these questions are redundant with what's in the presentation. It's just people haven't had time to look it over, and that's my fault. I wanted to ask, can you clarify for everyone or speak on some discussions we've had with campus housing about how costs might be passed off to students in the future, and kind of explain how we're paying for, the student government would be paying for the dispensers themselves, not necessarily perpetually paying for the detergent?
Yeah, discussions we had with housing, potentially being pushed off to them, was, I guess I could start with a little backstory. With one of the partnerships Generation Conscious has with the University of Pittsburgh, they got funding institutionalized by the Board of Regents to fund this program at the University of Pittsburgh. So it's a possibility that we can do that at UCSB, which would essentially just like allocate a larger budget for programs like this at UCSB and go into the housing fee for students. So with that, they would kind of pay for it in tuition, and then they would arrive on campus, and then it's a free service. That was kind of the discussions that we were having with housing and auxiliary. But yeah, that's just like kind of in the works now. They wanted to see a lot of the feedback that we got through the pilot phase. So that's kind of what we're trying to do now, is just kind of see that student feedback and gather the results we need to see if it's worthy of expansion. But yeah, I think that was.
Hi Leo, thanks for coming. I know one of the reasons for this high impact proposal project is because of cost, and I see that there's a line say that survey data shows 74% of CSB students skip laundry due to cost, but I was thinking through the proposal and I couldn't find where that data was retrieved from, so I was just wondering.
Yeah, there should have been a hybrid link there, and if it's not, if it's something that we can
Yeah, I don't see the
Briefly.
yeah, I just don't see the hyperlink, but that would be really helpful
Yeah.
if we had that one. Thank you.
Yeah, I can have.
Pardon?
Elliot, good to see you again. So one of the things that I've spoken to a couple of senators about is the concern about accessibility for non-freshmen. Or to be a little bit more inclusive of the reality, just people that aren't in dorms, although most of the people in dorms are freshmen. So is there a plan to ensure access to the rest of these GenCo of the sheets to the broader student body? We've discussed this a little bit, obviously, maybe the food bank, etc., but just so that everyone understands and that concern is removed, can you please explain that?
Yeah. Well, we recently started a food pantry program, or in discussions of a food pantry program at another university. So that was one thing that we were going to start, which would make it not only accessible to students who solely live in the dorms, but also the ones that live on campus as well. So that's something I think that we can easily mirror here at UCSB with places like the SRB, the UCN broadly, or the food pantry are in the UCN. But it could be even just something simpler than a dispenser. We could just like order an excess stock of the sheets, which would be cheaper than buying another dispenser. Have that actually excess stock of sheets and just like physically hand them out to students. Sort of just like you know, how they have toiletries and stuff at the food pantry. It could be something simple like that. To make it accessible for those students off campus who can't find hygiene security. But I think that is definitely a viable solution.
Point of order, we don't table high impact project proposals to committees, so the.
This is Q and A time. You can if you want to, you don't need to. But we can discuss that. Also, Q and A time. Any more questions? Ever?
What makes the sheets 25 cents per sheet? Just saying on Amazon, you can get them for a lot cheaper.
But it's 25 per, well, if the 25 cent per sheet is just the cost for the pilot, once the pilot starts, it comes out down to like 10 cents per sheet. But the thing, like, instead of like just buying a bunch of Amazon sheets, is you also get the service for 1 cent more per sheet, having the dispensers in all the dorms. And the opportunity for student fellows to, you know, get that leadership opportunity to work in the generation conscious. So while it's through the pilot, it's 25 cents, but post pilot, it comes down to about 10 cents. Like through just expanding, we offer discount, or generation conscious offers discount through expanding this program. But
Thank you. The question.
If this is tabled to a committee, which just means that it gets reviewed by like a subset of Senate and senators and members of that committee, would you be willing to attend that committee meeting and also accept revisions and amendments and kind of work with that committee to do so?
yes.
Okay, that's about time. Liam, thank you so much. Thank you, Renee. Okay, any other speakers for public forum in person or on Zoom? No? Okay. We should probably. What do you look for? Do I have unanimous consent to move into I3 in reports? Consent. Do I like consent? Seeing none, we're in the, is the judicial council chair, Josie here for a representative of the judicial council over once? She said she'd be here at 9, right? Never mind. Let's move swiftly into I4 President's Cabinet report. I believe President Metzger is here. Holly, is it possible to display one of the two material the president brought? One at a time, if possible?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Real quick, pursuant to Senate Standing Rules, Section F+5, officers of the association providing reports and must take questions from someone relevant to the matters or project presented. Knowing that you still wish to give a report. Yes. Amazing. Please feel free to begin.
Okay, so just a few quick announcements tonight. One of them, the first one being academic senate committees and councils. So I have my executive assistant has prepared for you all the list of councils and committees that are on the academic senate, which is essentially like faculty governance. And you guys can volunteer to be on these committees. So they usually meet every other week and the time is listed there. And I strongly encourage you, I think some groups, some like senator positions I know like have things written in their legal code, or it might just be like a suggested thing. But for example, there's like a committee on international education that typically one of the international senators sits on. So I highly encourage you to take a look through that document, and then a spreadsheet kind of just has a list and like the names. So there's 2 of them that have been filled already, or 3, and then if you're interested, you can email me and I will make sure, I will see if you can be on it, and then we can get it funded. But yeah, it's these committees are honestly really interesting. I sat on the committee for diversity and equity for like 2 years. Really interesting meetings, because it's just a bunch of people who are like 2 to 3 times older than you. And it's fascinating, and they obviously want more student representation on that. So I highly encourage you as like representatives of the students to make this a priority. Before I move on from that, are there any questions about academic senate? Okay, next thing I want to just highlight for you guys is the Pearman Fellowship Program. So as you may recall, in the summer, you guys passed a bill to like reinvigorate, to kind of clarify the timelines and the requirements. So we've gotten a great turnout and we're gonna close the Pearman Fellows application on Friday. I think last time we checked, we had like 35 applicants, and there might be some more by Friday. And we currently have like 18 entities / senators, Senate committees wanting to take on Pearman Fellows. But we're trying to get more. So if your Senate committee hasn't already like asked for a Pearman Fellow, I highly recommend you do so. It's a really great like way to be a mentee to someone and to introduce, like the next generation into AS. And yeah, we're hoping it'll be like, a really good program this year. So I believe that there was a form sent out by Casey with the application form. But if you have trouble finding that, you can message me. But yeah, any questions about that? And also if you guys have like connections to BCUs, always, you can encourage them to submit the form and take that to fellows too. Because ideally we don't wanna reject any fellows, because they're really enthusiastic, but we also don't wanna give groups more than they requested. Yeah, questions on that?
I'm so sorry, can you just clarify the 35 applications that you got, those are just for like one specific Pearman Fellow position, or a committee can request one of those 35?
Yeah, like, essentially, so we have like the list of like Pearman Fellows applications, then we have a list of like committee like request forms.
Okay.
And my deputy head of staff and Henry's deputy head of staff will be interviewing them over the next 2 weeks to match them. To match the fellows to the committees.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions on Pearman Fellow? Okay. Yeah.
When will committees get a chance to select, or will the Pearman Fellows select the committee they want to be on? How does that process work?
The process is that our deputy heads of staff will interview them and match them, but if you like want to be part of the interview process, you can request to sit in on interviews and have influence in the selection.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Moving on, I sent an email earlier today about the AS Executive Director job description form. So I encourage you all to take a look at the existing job description and submit feedback, any changes you might want to see on the feedback form. And I will also be hosting an open forum next Tuesday morning over Zoom if anyone wants to speak with me about it. And essentially we'll be taking all this feedback, bringing it to student affairs into the search committee to update the job description before we open the application. And then another thing is just if you're interested in being a Senate representative on the search committee, fill out the application form that was also linked on the same email. And I believe we'll be passing a resolution tonight to establish the search committee. If I'm not, no, oh, okay. Well, that's okay. Yeah, so those are the updates on the search committee. Questions?
Are you taking questions or are you?
Yeah.
Does anybody have questions? Okay.
I'll get to the resolution for that committee by next week, like it'll be on the agenda for next week. But I wanted to, is there anything that you have for the Senate in regards to that? Like specifically what you'd like to see in the resolution that needs to be discussed publicly?
No, I think everything that like we discussed in like the presentation from last week covers it.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I had, but does anyone have questions on anything else?
We're having a pumpkin patch event on,
I just responded to Neo, I can't, my office can't make it.
okay, but we would appreciate your support in one, getting the word out, and two, encouraging PCUs to come and table or be present as well. Because you have much more sway than us meager outreach committee chairs.
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
At all. Okay. Julianne. Cool. We move down to the executive director's report.
All right.
You heard that speaking agreement over here?
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Okay.
All right, so senators, mine will be quick and sweet. Our reorg, we're still working on the various models, the potential models. I hope to have 3 to 5 within the next 2 weeks. We're gonna do a town hall for internal to AS to give our progress and receive feedback sometime after that. I just want to reassure people that like no group, no BCU is left behind on the reorg. Like no, everyone will have an advisor and support. And just wanted to give that reassurance. And on the same basic subject of staffing, we have a web developer that started on Monday. And Alex will be reaching out to everyone very soon. And has already actually to many groups. So if you have a website that has been woefully neglected, he is already aware of it. And we'll be reaching out to people and asking, hey, do you want to update this page? Do you want a new theme? What are you looking for? So he's got a very, very long list of deferred web maintenance, I like to call it. And then the only other thing I have on here as an update for all of you is just so you know, we have a fresh batch of Mapache plushies in stock. We haven't advertised them or anything yet. So we have a dwindling supply of Storky plushies, but we have a bunch of new Mapaches. So turnaround those is many, many months. So if you would like one and you don't have one yet, the ticket office is, you can buy them online or you can just straight by the ticket office. So unfortunately, we had to raise the price ever so slightly, just due to raising, it costs more per unit, by quite a bit, actually. It like went up by 20%. Are there any, I'll take questions.
Thank you for kind of keeping us updated on the staff list that, you know, we kind of talked about a few weeks ago. I just want to make sure we did talk about how BCUs, there is currently need for a staff advisor, and I'm sure that you're reorganizing it. I just want to make sure that the chairs kind of have been contacted with this, or is this kind of the signing just based off of what the staff feel is perhaps like the best option, or?
So you're talking about groups that are, let's say, under supported? Or every group?
Yeah, kind of just in general that like when the ones who don't currently have staff advisor yet are being coordinated with to work on who their staff advisor is,
Yeah.
and what they would like ask or need from their staff.
Right, yes, yeah, so it's slower going than I would like. But yes, we've already checked off 2 groups in the last 2-3 weeks, I believe, that were under supported and didn't have. When Maricela retired, she had, I think, 20 some odd groups that were under her purview. And so it's taken a minute to like take that and see who has the bandwidth and the job descriptions that can kind of sustain it. And so little by little, I've been trying to work with that and making sure that the staff person is one who I'm not just giving it to them like, oh, you have this now, congratulations. It's like a discussion with them and also a discussion with the chairs of that group to make sure, like, do you have a relationship with somebody already? A staff person that could be at least temporarily your advisor while we work for the permanent position. I'm not waiting for the permanent. I want to give advisor to everyone, and even if it's just for like a month, right? So that we have something.
Is that all? Okay, thanks so much, Sean. Okay, we're down to executive officers reports, anyone else? Senator representative reports, we should begin with. Senator CJ Toledo is absent today, but sent me. Senator report, which is actually what you do under current legal code. If you're absent, you're supposed to send in a report, so I want to recognize him for doing that on the which. And today, and usually you just read it out briefly, so his. Points were he spoke with several letters of science students this week. Common themes were readjusting basic classes. Discussions around Charlie Kirk moment on campus, continues outreach with these organizations to build relationships and better understand how Senate can support them. Collaborated with fellow senators for potential legislation, supported SUP activities, spoke with several other student organizations. Flagged an issue of consideration, the need for sufficiently spacious designated campus prayer room to accommodate all faiths and provide a respectful environment for religious practice. Okay. Yeah, of course. Cool. Down to administrative reports. So, Senator item, Attorney General item, please, come on. You heard the agreement? Yes?
Yep.
Nice.
You good to go?
Yep.
Sick. I just have some kind of Robert's rules stuff to talk to you about today. Just kind of what I've been seeing in your guys' meetings. Just gonna kind of get into it. If you have any questions, we can get those at the end because I've been reading a lot of Robert's rules recently and very long document. So first off is just points of information. What I've kind of been seeing senators doing during some meetings is making like a point of information, and they use it as a time to like basically get the floor and provide information themselves about like a discussion topic, which is under Robert's rules, just not what it's used for. You should only be using points of information if you have like a procedural question. So if you're like, are we in discussion? Are we in a vote? Who made the motion? Who made the second? Stuff like that, not necessarily like the topic of what your discussion topic, like the legislation. It should just solely be about the motion and should like solely be procedural. Also, it's known as a point of clarification. They're interchangeable. And then also point of orders. I don't see a lot of these during debates. I just want to encourage you all. If you ever notice anything, please exercise your right for your point of order. I think like when I was a senator, fall quarter was a very like no one really wanted to kind of stand out or like make a mistake. But like this is the time to do it. You want to make mistakes now. If you incorrectly do a point of order, great. Now you know. You all have rights as members. If you think that your time on the floor is being interrupted, or you think that someone is acting out of line, or something, or procedure is being broken in the Senate rules, you should make a point of order. Everyone's kind of in this together in terms of like keeping the body accountable. And then last meeting, I heard something that kind of like piqued my interest, which was just with standing committees when it came to referring legislation out. I believe I heard that, I don't know if all standing committees are doing this, but what I heard is that when a bill is going to standing committee, it's just kind of being like opened on like as a whole. Like things are just kind of like being opened and just worked on. There's not really motions being made. So I kind of went down the Robert's rules rabbit hole, and also in our own legal code, I found some discrepancies. First off, Robert's rules is not like legally, it's not in any legal code besides the Senate's, which is like a really weird thing because like there's an expectation that all like VCUs and standing committees follow it, but it's just not there. So I would also appreciate if you guys can maybe just do like a really quick standing policy. All entities are following Robert's rules, or like, you know, some exceptions, because that's like a strange one that I noticed in our legal code. And BWHC's quorum is the voting membership of the Senate. So that's just a typo, but that's another thing I can talk about in the big bill that Senator Sussman is doing. But when it comes to standing committee procedures, they actually have different rules than a larger body. So they're differentiated under Robert's rules. So there's like a standard committee, which is, I believe, 12 or more. And so anything 12 under, which pertains to like your guys' standing committees, there's no seconds needed on motions. You can just make a motion. And then when the chair feels everyone's kind of ready to take a vote, you can just take a vote. But when you're doing work on legislation and it's being edited in committee, I would do like ask you guys, document every motion you're making so people can follow along if you want to see, because otherwise it's not very clear if like a bill goes to committee, it's not exactly clear what was changed and what wasn't. Is that clear to everyone here? Any questions on that? That's kind of all I have for you all. Yes.
So yeah, this is.
No, Jones.
This has been something that we've kind of talked a lot about in like committees and couldn't really come to like a clear consensus for everyone on whether it should be a motion to amend line such and such to add such and such, and then you vote on that motion to change that line, and then to change anything else further in the document, you know, another motion to change the language, and then you know, everybody's working on one document at the same time, or if it's like motion to open the bill or the resolution, working on it, changing things without making individual motions, just putting it in a different color, or, you know, like which one is it? I think everyone's doing something different.
It should really be both. So like, if I don't want to say both, like, that's more for like when you're editing legal code, you want to strike things out that you're like removing and changing. When it comes to like making changes, it should be a motion each time, because again, you want to ensure like as a voting body, everyone's voice is heard. There's always the opportunity for your voice to be heard. So that if anyone has an issue with it, they can dissent, not just we're gonna do this. And also it's very important for like transparency purposes. So like if anyone from the public who's like super passionate about legislation, I don't think many students are, but like, you know, if you're one of us who are in the room, they can kind of follow along and see like this change was made. Here's the vote. Again, it could just be motion to do this, and then the chair could be like, do we have unanimous consent? And then you can kind of go from there. If you're curious, it's chapter 49, section 21 in Robert's Rules. There's about like 60 something chapters, if you're curious about that. But yeah, you should be doing a motion, amending it, and just try to make it as clear as possible. And then when you want to send it back out to Senate, you can kind of just have it formatted in the normal way.
Really?
So I know you mentioned that for standing committees, there doesn't need to be a second, but for BCU meetings, like if there is a resolution that is made, BCU meetings should still go by motion second and how we would set it.
It's the differentiating factor is the 12-person mark. So if there's 12 or more people, you have to follow Robert's Rules. I believe last year, like I went to a program board meeting and they follow like a more informal version of Robert's Rules, which is another thing. I think a lot of BCUs might be doing different things right now, which again, I would kind of request that you guys just do a quick legislation, maybe a quick email like, hey guys, these are the Robert's Rules you should be following. Because right now, legal code only requires chairs and vice chairs to do Robert's Rules of Order training. There's nothing about it in like any committee besides the bottom line, rally committee, which is non-existent, and program board. Those are the only three that legally are like obligated to follow Robert's Rules right now. But again, we should probably bring that standard, and I think it's going to be an educational effort on like everyone's parts to just kind of ensure things are happening fairly. Another thing, like for example, there was a BCU, I'm not going to name them, last year that deals with a substantial amount of money. I found out that they weren't really recording attendance and they weren't really recording the vote. So it was just the motion passes. I have no idea who voted on that. You guys are passing a ton of money. That's concerning because I don't know who's actually making the decisions in those bodies.
You mentioned that no second seating committees with less than 12. Is that less than 12 senators? Or
Just 12 voting members.
So if there's 12 or more voting members, you have to give a second.
Yeah. First, it's just the standard rules that you guys are using in the Senate.
Okay, thank you.
So John?
Really quick, would it be acceptable to you if we only pass and lock in this school, not the long copies?
I think, I mean, it's ultimately up to you guys. I myself, like just coming from a student's perspective, and I would consider myself like a legally based person, which is, I think things should be thorough, and I think Robert's Rule provides a great avenue for that, which is if you have an opportunity to dissent, you can. Again, I don't even really know what the state of BCUs are. Like I haven't gone to all the BCU meetings yet. I don't know who's following what. Some are really great. Others I've gone to in the past, they could use some work, but that's just my preference. Ultimately, it's up to you guys. You could honestly create your own forms of parliamentary debate if you really wanted to. That's not as, you know, 1,000-page document like Robert's Rules is that could account for anything you could think of, which is another cool thing you could potentially pursue.
No. First of all, I'd like to recognize Senator Mello. You can feel free. You don't have to be here. Thank you for coming out. Are you going to be here for the honorary motion? Or would you like to cover that now? The honorary amount for your office. Are you able to stick around for
Was the motion not passed in the? I may or may not be here. I don't know if I'm going to be here past recess just because I have an early class.
Is it okay with you? We're gonna have a discussion with the entire Senate in the theme of propriety and thoroughly thinking through our decisions. would it be okay with you if we were passed from ASM designated rather than something allocated? It's not.
I don't have a preference, I don't.
Okay, but then we'll have that conversation with the senators, you don't necessarily. Maybe. We should.
Yes.
Let's say G.
Thank you guys.
Calendar committee reports. Are there any reports on the Standing Committee on Finance? Outreach?
Yes.
Oh.
You've heard the agreement? Yes, sorry. Was there a report?
Yeah, I don't have a report, but I have a thing that I think Senator should come.
It's a report, it's a report.
Okay, fine, but do I need to do it on?
You can do the definition of the report.
Okay.
It does not, you can do British Columbia, just stand up if you want.
It was actually really quick. So, as you guys may all know, that the financial policy procedure needs to be reviewed every single school year, all fiscal year technically. And for this year, we're considering adding cap for every single account, of the finance committee. Where the funding comes out, basically. If you guys know, we have technically 8 to 9 accounts. The reason why we're adding the cap for RCOs per event, or not PCUs obviously, but RCOs per event, is because there's been large amount requested per event for RCOs on campus. The most recent one we got is $46,000. And we think it's unfair. The current cap for every single event is 10% for the whole funding we got per year, which we think is actually not sufficient considering the situation we're facing right now. Do I have the type of it? Okay. Cool. So we kind of invite senators' input on this because we don't want to go into it without, have ideas, everybody's thoughts on it. We're gonna have a meeting with our officers, our CCOs, our CFOs for sure. But I just want to have the floor and let you guys know that we're open to inputs from you guys as well.
Remember?
10% of what total amount?
Yeah, so.
I think you slightly just said it. Each each entity, not each event has like a cap of 10% of the finance committee's distribution funds, which is this year about approximately 600,000, meaning that the 10% cap is the 60K, or 10% is 60K, would be the cap for one entity to get. So,
sorry about that, Chair. Yeah, I misspoke. I said per event, but it's actually per entity. But still, it's the same concern we're sharing right now.
Did we run out of money last year, and if so, by how much?
We didn't run out of money. We wasn't like in deficit or anything. The only thing we have concern is that we have been witnessing a disproportionate distribution of money to one single RCOs. Well, okay, Senator, sorry.
You get the floor is yours.
Yeah, okay.
Please feel free.
Yeah, so the concern with that is that we think there is a disproportionate distribution of money to like single RCOs over others, when this year we're trying to encourage more RCOs on campus to be getting funding from us rather than just one getting more.
Clarification, yes, the finance committee did use all of its disbursement of it last year because it went down to 0. So that's the finance committee's goals every single school year.
You spoke. Is it?
One last comment.
We're important.
Okay, so I'm right, we're not in deficit. I said we're not, anyways.
So they spent it down to 0, which is the goal of every entity, and they did not run a deficit, is that correct? Does that answer the question?
At the end of last year, were there any requests denied? So it's great you spent it down to 0, but did you spend it down too early?
No, we had money until the very final finance committee meeting during spring quarter. The finance committee has to be very careful and very mindful of which organizations will fund. We do generally fund greater in the beginning because it is a first come, first served basis. So entities that come in the beginning of a quarter for their event will more likely get money than people that come at the very end. Towards the end of the year, we had entities such as lacrosse and stuff
requesting over like 30K for travel for competitions they did not anticipate to like be eligible for. That's why they came late, which is something we encourage in the future sports teams kind of like plan their funding with the anticipation that they win everything and qualify for everything. But there was also issues with the recreational center with how they budgeted for their sports teams, making them have to go to AS. But typically those last minute unplanned requests got usually partially funded, with most of their travel expensive flights having to be booked by their personal. But it was kind of also like a lesson like, hey, we're running out of money. You guys should have come earlier. But we did barely deny, if I remember, any requests even towards the end of the quarter, and we went down to 0. Pretty good.
You've spoken twice on this, which is supposed to be the limit. Do you want to speak one more time? I'll look the other way.
It's an important issue, should we not discuss, or do we discuss it somewhere else?
Right, the point is that each senator speaks twice per officer, you can't listen to us up, but I'm granting sort of informal permission whether you want to add more time.
Yeah, although for clarification, can I borrow 2 speaking times from someone else, or does it?
It's not like carbon credits.
But I know not everyone's as passionate about this, but.
Makes us the whole
support base for all. Alright, we'll speak outside then.
Yeah, lovely. Does that include the?
Yeah.
Report, no one wishes to finance? Lovely, outreach, would you want to go on? Sorry.
Good job, I'm too short for that. Thank you. Okay,
You guys heard the speaker?
Yes, sir. Alright. The first thing I'd like to talk about is, I think, relevant to all of us and relevant to everyone in the room who's a member of AS. It's just a little anecdote. I think it's a good reminder. I was out in the arbor getting coffee yesterday, waiting for my shift at Mobility Transport. And as I was waiting by the window there, I was looking out at the students sitting, and there were some people, you know, sitting at the arbor, like typing away at their computers. Someone was reading the paper. Another girl was kind of sitting on the floor, like doing something on her phone. There were people on the grass laid out. Someone's playing the pianos that they have out there. And you know, people busting by, going to class. Some people heads down. Some people kind of up, enjoying the sunshine. And it served as a stark reminder to me as I looked around at all the life around me, just in that one spot in the arbor, that there are so many different students on this campus with different interests, you know, different beliefs, different ideas, different goals. And we are in the privileged position to represent each and every one of those students. Someone mentioned earlier, 26,000 students on this campus, and we have the privilege to represent all of them. Not just as senators in the association, but everyone here who is a part of the association. I think that we can get bogged down sometimes in procedural issues or other kinds of things that are like more political in nature within the association in our roles, which obviously is part of the job. But I think it's completely necessary for us to keep that in mind, that, you know, we're representing all these students, and that is like what the purpose of our jobs is to serve these students. So that was a great moment for me to reflect on, and I hope that all you can take something from that as well. As I move into the rest of my report, in outreach, we are working on, we're going to get a report next Tuesday on the possibility of implementing a text system similar to how UCSB gives alerts, like emergency alerts. We're thinking of implementing a texting system for AS. The idea being, you know, important AS-wide messages could be sent out through the system to students who either sign up for it, or hopefully we can get away, you know, for majority of students to be on this. Long term, the idea would be students could then sign up for reports from, or sign up for messages from particular entities, like each BCU could have their own hotline. So this is something that we're fleshing out, but I wanted to make you all aware of that. And if anyone has ideas or experience in that field, please bring it to us. Nextly, our pumpkin patch event, which is going to be held between 2 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. on Thursday, October 30th, a week from tomorrow. We're finalizing our budget for that, but we're aiming to have about 400 pumpkins
available for students. Along with carving sets that they can come and carve pumpkins. And we're gonna have a competition with 3 different categories, like most scary, most unique. I forget the other. Sorry?
Silly.
Oh yeah, most silly. And so we want to encourage as many students as we can to come out to that. It's going to be held outside of Stork Tower, on the lawn outside of Stork Tower, as well as the lawn outside of the annex. Yeah, so any support from you guys would be much appreciated. Encouraging PCUs and your friends to attend as well. And the last thing I would like to put on your radar, I'm not officially requesting this yet, but outreach, we have a $1,000 operating budget, or we have $1,000 in our under operating expenses in our budget, and we are going to need substantially more than that this year. So at some point, the reason I'm bringing this up now instead of just requesting is because I would like anyone's input, particularly those in finance committee, to give input on where we should request that money from. But we're going to request about 10K to hopefully cover operating expenses through the year for projects and initiatives that we're going to be pursuing, of which I can give more detail if anyone would like. That concludes my report, and I believe Vice Chair Harder would like to add.
I don't have much to add. I just wanted to express support for all of the things that we're gonna be, that the chair already touched on. And of course, I wanted to quickly just affirm that the 10K that we're gonna be requesting is going towards the purpose of our committee. And obviously, in order to achieve anything realistic, we're gonna need some sort of financial support. $1,000 for outreach is pretty meager in all reality. And especially when every single time we want to print posters of any decent quality that actually have color, costs upwards of 100 or so. And we're only able to get 600 of them, and we pass them out. We pass every single poster out in one tabling session. So of course we're successful. We're passing out 600 posters or more in a session, but it's also pricey, unfortunately. So just rest assured, of course, that all the additional funding that we're going to be requesting is necessary. And also, take advantage. I request that you guys take advantage of the fact that we're just presenting the idea now and then going to request it later. So that if there are any questions about our efficacy of the $10,000, then we can work them out before we get to that point where we're actually requesting. But I think the chair managed to illustrate our position very well, and I yield the rest of our time.
To clarify, maybe senators had this same question as well. You guys are saying that the 10,000 will be pieced together from separate entities, not necessarily if it's come from one pot, right?
It doesn't matter to us where it comes from. We need 10K for our committee, and we're open to suggestions where it comes from.
Please.
I think this is the suggestion coming out of a member for finance committee. I think Jenny will hold the same opinion as me. But generally, this is like what we've done with a few BCUs that have a lack of budget. Similar to like RICEs and some inactive BCUs that we did not really give a budget to during the Senate. In order to make sure that they are successful in their event planning, we suggest that they come to finance committee with a budget for each individual event. So when your event is coming up for a particular thing, for example, pumpkin patch, you come to us with the budget for that and we'll fund you for that event. Rather than going to the Senate floor and requesting a general allocation for your individual budget for your entire offices.
Thank you. That's duly noted. Some of our efforts are more ad hoc, or for example, the president wants us to do something, and that's like marketing. So a lot of our expenses will be that. But for events, we will definitely come to you guys and let you know.
I have a question for you actually that you can address in your follow-up if you may.
Speakers can't ask questions of senators.
I'm just gonna hypothetically pose something that I'm wondering.
You might have a comment, maybe.
Yeah, I would like to comment that I'm interested, just if anyone has the answer. To what the process is gonna be like for requesting in advance for something. I'm under the impression that if we request in advance for something, that we would have to potentially front the money ourselves and then go through the requisition process later. Perhaps you guys, someone hypothetically could clear that up for me.
Moniz.
Okay, so for clarification, you don't necessarily need to go to finance committee for just events. It could be for anything. For example, Rice's uses it for like a reallocation or for journal entries for their like space rentals and things like that. So what I recommend is you talk to our financial operations advisors that work in AS, and they will come up with the proposition and proper procedure for you guys to go about anything that's financial related. And you guys can go to the finance committee. We can take it out from any funding source account that we have access to. So
Senator,
it's very efficient.
I don't know if maybe not upfront, the Attorney General has something to say. Are you saying that the outreach committee comes to finance committee and uses one of its funds, which are the most limited and most oversaturated each year, as opposed to pursuing collaborations with BCUs, which have sometimes gigantic rollovers year after year? I'm trying to understand the.
So when you go to finance committee, you're more than open to co-sponsor and come with another BCU organization. This is what we highly encourage, especially for situations that require, let's say, for example, over 10K. So we're not restricted to like planning with BCUs in like general, but when it comes out of like discretion over which funding source accounts, finance committee has discretion over the largest amount of funding source accounts rather than going to the Senate floor, in which senators are kind of unfamiliar with the funding source accounts. And by submitting a flux request, this is available for all the finance officers as well as AS staff admin to look over it and make sure that all the situations of the request make sense. And when if you speak to a financial operations, they will also discuss that.
You guys clear on that? As a non-voting member of the finance committee, I would humbly request from you to use the resources of that committee, financial operations officers and the very experienced people on it, but not necessarily with funding, which is the most competitive in the entire association, when there are pools of money just sitting elsewhere. Last question.
I will propose a hypothetical answer to the hypothetical question that you already proposed. I think when you were asking is the sequence of whether you can get the money before you pay it yourself in terms of not reimbursement, but get prepaid for it. Yes, technically you can, if you can provide the necessary documentation ahead of your payment, technically we can get you paid before you have to pay it out of your own pocket. And depends on the type of event, you might not even need to do the whole process in terms of like, we can pay, if you are using school departments, we can do internal transfer that you don't need to pay a single thing out of your pocket. If you're doing room reservation or like you need a van from TPS or like that sort of thing, we have internal collaboration that is very smooth that you don't have to pay. So if that kind of address your question.
In a hypothetical world,
Yes.
Quick clarification, you guys could just ask the chair for like a quick back and forth, permission to have a back and forth, so you have to have a hypothetical thing, or you could just motion and your discussion on your report.
No, but that's the time for the report. And we're a few minutes from recess. Please, we pursue one more. Can we move on to the next video report? Are you guys okay with that?
If anyone has questions, I'd like to answer them first.
Or you can extend time once, so.
I can ask by private.
I was just gonna say, we can just probably discuss.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
You got it. Liaison?
Oh, yeah, got it. Main things, regarding the, for kind of data collection regarding the dissolution of COVA, which is a lock-in issue, which I know requires a special election. I wanna have some open Senate discussion about that maybe later, or just wanted to bring it out here. Just for everyone to know that the general opinion, lock-in fees are really high. People would rather prefer the lock-in fee to be lower than to kind of bring a non-functioning or currently unoperating lock-in BCU back to life. And in general, I don't know, Maya left, but I talked with Code regarding their cultural center, and one of the main things, which I know last year Senate passed, on the third floor of the USEN, and one of the main problems right now they're facing is that to get that cultural center operating, they are also required by some USEN policy to also pay an elevator upgrade fee to get that elevator operational and ADA compliant. so that their cultural center can be established, and I think that's roughly like 200,000 or it's an intense amount of money that they obviously they don't have the budget for. So if we have any information regarding that, if they are like need to be paying that, I'm done. Thank you. Any questions? I'll take questions.
Okay, cool.
That's good. Okay, Senator Shurkin, oh, I got it, yeah. Which we agreed that, oh,
That's really fun. Do you think you can wrap up in 5 minutes?
yeah, it's gonna be fast. Okay, I met up with, it was me, Senator Shurkin, and, Pardall Center Governance Board President, Hannah Claros last Friday, to discuss Pardall Center needs. If you don't know, I also work at the Pardall Center, I got their merch on right now. So shout out them. We discussed, they have a basic needs vending machine, so we're figuring out, getting that set up in stock. That's more of an internal issue, but the thing that we're really working on together, is the Pardall Tunnel revamp, which is in like its very early stages. So basically, we have designated people who we're gonna reach out to. We need to get like surveys of the tunnel and like do the whole contracting thing where you get like 3 bidders and all that. It's gonna be messy. I look forward to bringing that up later. But next stuff here is just Erica's business, kind of out of my scope, but advocacy committee is working with the food bank and basic needs office who help parents who are also students. And anyone is invited to help if they want to. So yeah, that's us.
Cool, any questions? Would you guys like to do recess early? I'll be moving into a 15-minute recess. Back here at 9:11 p.m.
Same together.
My battery's bad.
Okay, we're recommencing the meeting at 9:15 p.m. Thank you very much. Are we in? Were we in?
Yeah.
Wait, do we have unanimous consent to move back into unit reports because colleague of ours showed up?
Consent.
The exec next steps? Okay, fair, thank you, great. Have you heard the agreement?
Yes.
Love it. Okay, you have 10 minutes. And do you want us to put the thing on the screen?
You don't have to, but the link is in the agenda, so everyone can click on it.
All if possible, the bench book will be good.
Yes, I can pull that up.
Okay, then. It's on the agenda. Yeah, that's the agenda.
Yeah.
It's under your rules. Student council chair.
Oh.
Okay, guys, okay. Yeah.
All right, hi everyone, I'm Josie Penix, Chair of the Judicial Council. I'd like to first thank you all for your diligence this summer in confirming and appointing our two newest Judicial Council members, Salome and Stanton. It's been incredibly relieving to have a full staffed council to start off the school year, and both council members have already proven to be great additions to our bench. I'm here tonight to share a bit about what I've been working on over the summer and into fall. As many of you know, the Judicial Council handled a number of high-profile cases last spring. These cases drew significant attention across the association and, for better or for worse, placed a spotlight on our processes. What became clear to me and to many others is that while our work as Judicial Council is guided by procedures and standards, those standards have never been concretely and succinctly outlined beyond what is enumerated in legal code, and that information hasn't always been readily available or easy to understand for the vast majority of students. When I became chair in June, I made it my top priority to change that. I've created what I'm calling the Judicial Council Bench Book, a centralized, accessible guide to everything related to JC hearings. It includes clear summaries of every stage in a hearing, one-page overviews of each procedural component, a standardized set of rules of evidence, and breakdowns of how to make and respond to objections. The purpose behind this bench book is simple but important: to ensure that every member of the association, no matter their level of experience, has the same opportunity to understand what a JC hearing involves, how to bring a case, and how to participate in the process with confidence. This resource is not just about making our procedures easier to follow. It's about strengthening due process, advancing our professionalism as a council, and making sure that no one ever walks into a JC hearing feeling unprepared or at a disadvantage because of a lack of access to helpful resources. I'm excited to share the final version and to continue refining it with feedback. I really believe it'll make a lasting difference in how we approach hearings moving forward. The bench book can be easily accessed through the Judicial Council website, and physical copies of the book will also be available in the Judicial Council office and Office of the Attorney General to be referenced by both parties during the hearing as well as by the council. The one-page overviews of procedural components are also set to be added to the AS Canvas page under a judicial processes section for the convenience of the association. A clear outline of the expectations and process for requesting a Judicial Council advisory opinion is also now available on our website. A request for an advisory opinion should take the form of a PDF document emailed to the Judicial Council chair from Senate leadership. The request should include specific questions for the council, as well as a clear explanation of background information and any relevant attachments. The request should reference the exact section of the legal code in dispute. Note that the motion to request an advisory opinion requires 3/4 majority of the voting membership of the Senate to pass. Further, remember that the Attorney General is the chief legal counsel of the Senate and should be your first point of contact regarding legal matters. I'm happy to answer any questions or talk more about what's in the bench book if you're interested. Thank you.
Would you like the bench book to be referenced somehow, would you like any additional legal code to solidify the validity of the bench book? Or would you want to maintain it externally, fully, completely? Similar to, I'm thinking similar to financial policies and procedures.
Yeah, right now I think it's best to keep it external. That way we have the freedom to make adjustments to it, how we need to. After the hearings last quarter, it became clear that we needed to establish a set of rules, but then we also will ideally have a few hearings with reference to the bench book to make sure that everything works out. And depending on how that goes, we would either look to solidify it legislatively or look to change the legislation to make it so that we can figure out what works best.
Wow, good job. Thanks for doing that great work. I remember the hearing, those were fun. But anyways, if I'm kind of behind on my readings right now, I have quite a bit to do with school and Senate as well. If I do read through this and get to it, are you willing to hear suggestions, comments, concerns? In the form of, I don't know, separate Google Doc or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. You can make a copy of it and put comments all over it. You can email me a whole list of whatever you're thinking, anything you like. I'm also, if you want to meet and have questions about this, or if you're, I made this in the context of, I did mock trial for 6 years and I know a lot of lawyers. So I'm very confident in my knowledge around the fake trial process. And if that's something that you want to talk about, I'm absolutely down for it, and I can go into a lot more detail.
Sorry, this just flew over my head. How do you actually access the bench book?
It's posted on our website, and there's also gonna be physical copies in the AS building. And then a bunch of the one-pagers are gonna be added to the AS Canvas site, so you can get to it through there. If you're like actively trying to find it right now, it's linked in the Senate agenda next to my name.
Okay, I'm on the website. It's just not very.
Go to the processes tab.
Okay. Got it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Is that all? Thanks so much, Sharon.
Thank you.
Seems best to move into new business. What you like?
Motion to amend the agenda and add HIP Genco proposal.
Motion to amend the agenda and add the HAP Genco proposals, or a second, partner?
Second.
Second round discussion? Patrick?
Can the authors please speak to why this is like prudent to be on this agenda, and like what the urgency is behind this for the record, please?
Yeah, it was my mistake, as I mentioned earlier, to not send it to Senate leadership. I need to be on the agenda because we are supposed to do things that benefit students, and this is something that benefits students. And also for clarification, I mentioned this in the email I sent earlier. I want this to be tabled to a committee, so there is thorough discussion. I'm not trying, like, by no means am I trying to push this through, and if there were a motion to vote on it, I would object to it.
If it's funding, it still has to be tabled for a week or no? No, not necessarily. Okay, we're still in discussion. That's one question. Question has been called, there's an objection, call the question, consider. You've been like 7. Seeing none, motion passes. Cool, we want to discuss this now.
Are we discussing it? Like, is that the item that we're on?
Yeah, it's now on the agenda, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, there's not much more to add than what Leo had said earlier. Happy to answer any questions about it and the particulars, but this is something that's been in the works since literally last spring. I think after that meeting, the meeting that Leo brought it to us last spring, Neo and I met with, oh my goodness, am I saying the word? Neo and I met with Leo to discuss, how we saw this going forward. We've had a lot of conversations since then. And we've touched on everything from funding to feasibility we've had meetings with campus housing. And we think that we've kept the association and students' best interest in mind. And that's why, like, I want to hear from you guys and your thoughts to one, solidify, like, reaffirm that this is, you know, has that in mind, has students' best interest in mind. And then two, anything that we could have missed. Despite doing our due diligence, I would like that to be brought up as well. Granted, I don't expect anyone to have read this all the way. Which again is my bad, which is why I want it tabled to a committee. Sorry, a little bit of ramble, but yeah, please ask away.
Yeah, just so everyone is clear, we're not trying to get this thing passed tonight. We obviously can't get it passed tonight. We just wanted it to be accessible to everyone, including the student body. So we figured just getting it on the agenda tonight was a good move.
So Lee, you have a question?
I just had a clarifying question about impact proposals in general. Because it's insinuated that there is funding for these proposals, is the funding automatically, like, if this gets passed, right? Is it funding automatically kind of allocated, or would the project leaders have to still go about getting that funding?
It's a sub fund, $70,000 in high impact projects per year is established, I think, in 73 Senate. And if it passes as a high impact project, then it's you don't take it from that.
Thank you.
Pardon?
I think IDP Lala definitely addressed your immediate question, but there's a little bit of untangling. And maybe that I wanted to get to really quick. The high impact project fund would be used to fund the initial phase, which is just a pilot. And then Senator Lucan, Leo, and I are all working actively to enter into for long-term agreements with both the administration and potentially environmental DCUs. So in regards to the funding question and the tangle there, perhaps, I just want to make you aware of that.
Thanks.
Please.
Okay, so I actually genuinely really like this proposal, but for the same kind of reasons that Senator Asher kind of has, I feel like having this, there's no reason to have this proposal on the floor if you guys are still having conversations about things. I feel like it's a better idea to bring a resolution to use like a HIP fund or use some sort of fund or have this project on the floor rather than just straight up bringing a HIP proposal, because once it's tabled to a committee, the committee has so much things it needs to fix. And it just seems like it's kind of like impossible to do since they have to make all of these like amendments on the floor. It's a complicated process. I feel like having a resolution come first, which is kind of not something that's really strictly bound and easier to pass, and then putting it on the project tracker and having more senators work on this huge project rather than just directly putting it on the floor. And it's also a late request, and there's no indication on the agenda that's a late add. So I feel like that's I know we did that last meeting, so should we sustain this channel.
Senator, this is already on the floor.
Yeah.
It's not in legal code that you need to mark the things that are late, that legislation has not passed. And I have never seen a resolution been turned into a high impact project. Just for points of clarification, so we're all on the same page. Passion?
I'd also like to clarify for the record that my sentiment was to have some sort of minutes and a record of why the authors reasoned for this to be late. I don't share that sentiment, so no worries, but just would like to clarify that.
Is there any more discussion, or can I make a suggestion on which committee seems to make most sense? Is it prudent for the chair?
Is it prudent for the chair to make suggestions of that nature?
Yeah, if it's just pointing out which mission statement it seems like it corresponds best with, then you can obviously make a decision contrary to that. Awesome.
I think it would be most appropriate to table to advocacy committee, being that we can have separate eyes on it. Not that I doubt the chairs, but I think it would be more prudent to have advocacy committee take a look at it, and should it need to go to another committee, we can
sign. Well,
that's fine. Then it yield.
I think this is something that should go to every single committee. It affects literally every single committee that the Senate has. advocacy in terms of like providing research to students. Outreach committee, because it's something that's gonna be available to majority of the students, needs to be advertised. Finance committee, because it has fiscal impact, a large fiscal impact, and liaison committee, because it involves interactions with other VCUs. This is a really, really huge project that has a huge fiscal impact. It's an 18-page document and it's being thoroughly reviewed.
Pardon?
I motion to refer a HIP proposal, a HIP Genco proposal to advocacy committee.
Motion for the HIP-Chenko proposal to advocacy committee, is there a second, Sussman?
Second.
Second round discussion. Oh, no.
Seems good to me, let's just do it, I don't wanna hold things up. You know, and you'll.
Call the question been called, there's an objection, call the question. Objection at consent. No motion passes. It is now in the advocacy committee. Could the authors please follow up with the chair and vice chair of the advocacy committee? Because their meeting is tomorrow and.
No, it was canceled.
Well, that's great. Yeah, and it seems like multiple committees that can gather in that one discussion with you, so please, I yield chairship,
I'll also make the note that we have it in our standing policies that all chairs or all authors bills should outside effort to go to their committee meetings where their bills are being heard, and all senators are welcome as non-voting members, so probably in the best interest that senators attend. The next item on the agenda is a bill to update the legal code of the Associated Visa Program Board, by Senator Stan Wine. Submitted next.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. There was just two, they wanted to get rid of one position, well, I don't know. They wanted to get rid of the position and change the naming of another position. Or a couple of positions, you can see it in the bill, but I corresponded throughout this with the Commissioner Grace. She endorsed the bill and we overlooked it to make sure it is what she wanted, and if there are any formatting errors, please let me know so that can be done afterwards, and I would make a note of it, but in general, yeah, I'll leave, yeah, that's it.
Senator, we are on discussion on the item. Senator.
Yeah, so I work with these guys, got the merch on, but yeah, it's just like. Everything that they need basically is in here. Yeah, I would like to yield my time to
Senator Mons.
The bill needs to include its fiscal impact.
With that being said, are there any other comments? If not, I'll make a recommendation to table to liaison.
There's no need whatsoever for the chair to make a recommendation at any point, like you, obviously, this is not directed at you, but. Like, we as members of the body are capable of making decisions, so if anyone has an idea at any point, like, make the motion, make your comment, go ahead. You know, we don't need to be directed by the chair for everything we do, kind of thing. Thank you.
Kind of my job to guide the meeting, sorry, Senator. With that being said, are there?
Point of information, I thought the chair at the meeting, if the meeting doesn't have any like direction, that's the kind of idea.
We're not having this conversation. With that being said, are there any motions on the item?
This is whole discussion,
Yeah.
but. Please, and this might be due to my lack of. Photographic memory of legal code, where does it say that bills need fiscal impact? I thought we were just updating a little bit here. I don't know of any instances. Somebody, I would love to be informed. Cause I think it's a great idea and I would like to know the fiscal impact as well, but is that standard practice that we could be continuing forward for bills that look like this? In future?
I'm actually also not really sure of this, but in previous meetings, I remember there was someone who did say, I believe Henry or our IVP has directed that every single bill that does have fiscal impacts needs to be emphasized there. I think that's also something, if it's not in the legal code, needs to be fixed, so I have the same idea as you, just because it's important.
There you go. The most relevant section is, quote, if the bill or resolution includes a fiscal impact without designating an account to modify the fiscal impact is considered null. It's
Wait,
not
one-
appropriate.
Did you do your chair shot? Okay, I just didn't hear.
If the bill or resolution includes a fiscal impact without designating an account to modify the fiscal impact is considered null. So an appropriate account is established by the internal liaison committee or by a Senate action, which seems to imply that there should be fiscal impacts and bills. I just left. I don't even know where we are.
That's fine, perfect one.
We're in discussion. Yes. Lucan,
Is there fiscal impact to this bill? And one of the authors addressed that?
Yeah, it would actually just be less honorary or stipend regarding, because it's removing one position. Oh, two positions are being removed and one is technically being added. So it would be, I would assume maybe less money allocated for whatever funding that is granted.
oh, so that's the only fiscal impact, it seems that it's for removing, okay. Does that seem like something that could be done in committee, is it relatively simple? Cool. Still in discussion.
Motion to refer a bill to update the legal code of Associated Students Program Board to Liaison Committee.
There's been a motion for a bill to update the legal code of Associated Students Program Board to liaison committees, or second?
Second.
No discussion, question has been. No, motion has been called, is there any objection, call the question?
Second.
Consent. Seeing none, motion passes, it's in the. Cool, we're in a bill to update Article 6, Section 13, outreach committee brought to us by Senators Lupin and Harper.
Yeah, this was. Am I tweaking?
Are you?
Wait, but where, is this the first time this has been on the agenda? Have you guys not seen this before? Oh, okay, I'm tripping then. That's right, thank you. Obviously, we still need to follow the order of our standing rules, and this still needs to be referred to a committee, but this bill has been brought up in my committee. I already showed it to our committee, had people make comments. We had a discussion about it. It's pretty simple. Similar to what advocacy and liaison have done. No, advocacy and finance have done. Update the legal code, make sure they're running effectively. We'd like to do the same thing for our committee. Pretty simple changes. There's nothing too crazy in there, but again, happy to answer any questions. One of the main things we do is get rid of the policy analyst positions, which are redundant with the work that the UVPLA and UVPSA's offices do. And that really don't fit the mission of outreach at all, has nothing to do with outreach to students. And so we've gotten rid of those and then position them, what those policy analyst members would be under members at large. And then more broadly define what members at large do so that they can fulfill the role or fulfill the duties of outreach committee.
Sorry, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I think you said it really well. I don't want to take up many people's times. I'm not egotistical.
I think that we should just refer this same instruction and also moving forward, there are a few other bills on this agenda. That it should come out of committee with fiscal impact, there's no fiscal impact, great.
Then you can universalize that to say each committee should look at whether there is a fiscal impact and if there is such included in the divisions.
I would not like to say that, I think my words were perfectly fine, but thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, we're still saying.
Okay, yeah, I looked on the bill, there is no fiscal impact, so it's either those are two positions, added to the position, so it's unclear. I think the bill looks amazing. I reviewed the bill, this bill. From my understanding, the duties of policy analysts are quite important, but I see your reasoning for removing those positions and instead creating members at law. This change allows like officers to take on a wider range of responsibilities rather than being limited to like specific one. But it looks like you guys have like simplified the duty section for like policy analyzing for the members of at large. Which makes like kind of like sense for clarity. But I just wanted to emphasize that simplifying the language shouldn't mean those responsibilities are forgotten. It's really important that outreach members stay aware of all activities at the federal, state, and university levels are discussing, for example, updates from academic senate. And use that knowledge to inform associated students and most importantly, the student body. I also had a couple of formatting questions in section EA2 and section CA6. There are some extra spaces. Are those like intentional or like formatting errors? And like, I'm not really sure, but maybe that can be touched upon in the respective committees.
Yes, in regards to your first point about the policy analyst, very well taken. If you would look under duties and responsibilities of outreach committee members at large, we did add a duty that says they will remain thoroughly informed on all relevant proceedings, legislation, policy related to the outreach committee. This shall include proceedings at federal, state, local, and university level or any policy updates that will affect the association. So thank you for the comment well taken. We did our due diligence in regard to that. In regards to the spacing, yeah, I think that's literally the format is like what's it called? It's like the block paragraph thing. So yeah, that can be fixed in committee, or I don't know how pertinent that is when it goes into legal code, but that's, yeah, I'm happy to fix it. Jill.
Yeah. Yeah, I did look over that. It's just it is shorter than the very expansive like in-depth details about the policy analyst. So I'm just saying it's being simplified a little bit, but I'm glad you guys still like have that in the legal code, and I'm just emphasizing it needs to be looked at. And thanks for your response. I think it's basic.
Sure. I'll mention there's a group of legislative workers in the EBPSA's office that have the exact same duties. I was in that division last year, and having those roles within that outreach committee are somewhat repetitive. So I think by simplifying it to that nature of simply having the ability to have members at large be policy analysts or work on social media, that's kind of what the gist is of this bill. And it kind of goes with the mission of the Senate, which is to remove overlap and repetitive duties in legal code.
If no one else has something to say, motion to refer bill to update Article 6, Section 13, Outreach Committee to liaison committee.
The motion to refer bill to update Article 6, Section 13, Outreach Committee, liaison committees, there's seven monkeys. The second round of discussion, ladies. Question has been called. Objection. Word.
Objection.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I rescind my objection.
The question has been called. Is there any objection called the question? The objection I consent. Seeing none, to the motion to use it made. And if formatting is of concern to senators, it can be as simple as motion to correct all formatting errors. Cool. We are in, we're in a bill to amend Part All Center Legal Code brought by Senators Lee and Than. What was yours?
I just want to give credit to all the governance for chairs, vice chairs, board, because they worked really hard on this bill over the summer. They thoroughly looked through all of legal code, trying to figure out what would work best for them. So I do want to give them, if not all the credit, but the changes are fairly simple. They changed the numbers of large positions to explicitly list out external, internal, added their mission statement, and then just overall gave themselves more agency to do with the space itself what they would like to do, for example, decorations, because they didn't have much power beforehand. And another big change I'd like to add is that they did remove the ASNIV, which is a defunct governance board right now, but that is also a change that is in a bill to clean up legal code. And I think those are the biggest changes, but if you have any questions, please let me know.
I have nothing else to say. I would say that Senator Lee took the initiative on this for the past 3 weeks to bring this to the Senate, so I want to recognize that work as well. And yes, the Parnell Center just worked very hard for this. There are large overarching changes, so I want further discussion on this. And that's it. Thank you.
I just want to thank Senators Lee and Aaron for being in constant communication for Senate leadership throughout this process. And this bill looks great, so I appreciate your efforts.
Sorry,
Okay, this time, yeah. Sorry about last one. Yeah, this bill is really important for like the future of the Pardall Center and just making sure that they have the ability to kind of control the space as they normally would. Especially just regarding like the usage of computers. That's really important to be regulated. We've had some problems with them in the past, which I don't really want to go into here, but it's important that they're able to basically just take people off if they have to. And there's just, this will make working there significantly easier for the staff involved, and they have put in a lot of work on this. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
If there's no other discussion, motion to.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Floor is still used, but
I rescind that motion.
I just wanted to add one more thing. They added, if you scroll, this is for the Pardall Center legal code change, and then also standing policy 32, which is about the Pardall Center. I just wanted to mention that. And they added something called operational directives, which they defined in the bill, and it's basically just kind of like a code of conduct policy for people who use the Pardall Center, also stating that the Pardall Center, while Forever and Ivy is mainly for students, since our lock-in fees do fund the Pardall Center. Oh, and the lock-in fee would be specifically for the Pardall Center instead of ASNIB. And then also saying that these operational directives can be appealed and amended by the Student Senate anytime. Thank you. Bye.
Motion to refer on bill to amend Pardall Center Legal Code Liaison Committee.
the motion to refer bill to amend Pardall Center Legal Code to liaison committee is there a second, Louise?
Second.
It's been second, no discussion, right?
Call the question.
Questions from colleagues and bench, call the question. Judge consent, seeing none. Sorry. Okay, no objection. Or is that, do we have unanimous consent very briefly move back into? Okay, ignore that, Margaret?
Yeah. A motion to amend the 76 Senate Standing Rules, Section G, Senate Attendance Policy, and add bullet point 3. All senators who attend the meeting, Senate meetings via Zoom must keep their cameras on at all times throughout the meeting.
Okay, before doing this, you would have to motion the standing rules of the agenda and so supposed, would it be okay with you guys? We just did this next week, seems like simple. It's like 12 words total, we just have it send it to us by Sunday and we can send it next week. It's not even legislation, it's like we pass the same thing.
Point of information. If one of us, if I rescind my motion, if he decides to just motion on this standing rules, then we can simply do this after doing that, right?
Do what after doing what?
We can take my motion into consideration once the standing rules are on the floor. Okay, then I rescind my motion.
Did you roll up?
Was that? Is that motion, was it out of order in that, like, so is it out of order if the thing's not on?
Yes, that was not.
I yield.
Motion to add the Senate. 76 Senate standing rules. To. New business.
Okay, the motion to add the 76 Senate standing rules to the agenda of the push.
Or to the, no, not the agenda, the new business.
Just get a motion to. There's been a motion to add the standing rules of 76 ACCSB be sent to new business. Is there a second? Leland, second. Second, no discussion. Ashley.
Yeah, seeing as, I just heard what the language is going to be for when this is going, or what language is going to be amended to this, I don't think that it's appropriate to do this. Number one, I have to hold myself to the same principle for everyone and for all pieces of agenda. I think this is a waste of our time and quite honestly, a little bit disrespectful to have this on the agenda without notice. Number two, the language that you guys are proposing doesn't, I think this is something that should probably be supported with evidence and citation and footnotes as there are in the rest of our state policies. And while we can't vote on it as a body, I think that this should be a discussion with the larger Senate group. I don't think that it is, I don't think this is the appropriate time for this.
Want a motion to add the standing rules to the agenda, not anything else?
No, we're in discussion for that motion. This is completely in order. Sarah John.
Yes, I concur with Senator Patrick Simon on this. I would like a justification with the necessity you have to do it on this floor when you guys could have emailed it, I don't know, 2 days ago to the agenda. Happy to address it.
Did we gather a few? Sarah.
I also concur, I understand the reasoning with bringing this up, but I feel like recently this year, we've had a lot of new policy changes for Senate enforcing strict rules on how like senators should be. When I feel like we can all just have like an agreement about like senators that may be less participant and have that kind of like into notion that can be brought up to the director of accountability, rather than actually having it in policy, making it so strict, because what if someone like actually needs to turn off it? And stuff like that, so.
I agree with the sentiments of Lisa Pasher. I think there could be a little bit more leniency in the language. And it wouldn't hurt to make it more robust.
I know everyone wants to get out of here, but this is when we are all gathered to address something like our standing rules. When are we all gonna be here gathered? When am I gonna get everyone in the same room again? Yeah, I can email and text people, but then this is a time that we're already here. We're already here together. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get everyone in the room, another room again until next Wednesday at 6:30 when we want to do it. So and now is the time to address any concerns. And then as far as like the underlying logic is, it's like if you need to have your camera off while you're on a Senate meeting, then maybe you should get a proxy. Maybe you shouldn't be at the Senate meeting pretending like you're doing something when you're not. You need to have your camera on when you're there. Period. Be in a situation where you're present. It's strict for a reason because we're holding ourselves to the standard of presence. So I think that the strictness of the policy is actually very much in order. And if you don't agree with it, then send a proxy. But we are all here to discuss this. I don't know when I can gather everyone in a room and have consensus again. I
really love that you guys are like trying to be, prudent about getting things on the agenda ahead of time. And like, it is something we should all strive to do. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with people motioning whatever they want on, making any motion they want, that's the point of the deliberative body. And if you disagree with it on the content of what they're doing, please don't disagree with it. Oh, you should have put it on the agenda, because we have that ability as a deliberative body in parliamentary procedure. We are allowed to do that because there are things that come up, because there are things that come up sometimes after the agenda deadline, and for various other reasons. You could motion something on for a political reason, and that's totally okay. That's why we have a deliberative body to discuss. So if you have an objection to like what the rule is or what the motion is, like, please voice that, because that is also the purpose of the deliberative body. But like these objections about the agenda and when people send stuff on are honestly frivolous and getting a little frustrating.
Okay, that's bordering on speaking to other senators and senators. I would really urge you to stay away from that kind of language. We're nearing speaking more about purely procedural motion than a $13,000 project. I hope you know that you're on your second term speaking. That's it. Patrick.
Yes, so initially I did give reason beyond that is outside of just the nature of the timing of this being put on the agenda. I agree. I think that when something is a motion on the agenda, it should be considered with its urgency and be weighed. So that's why I asked for you guys to give a reason. You guys gave a reason, that's fine, great. However, I do disagree with the content, so I also kind of touched on that a little bit in my first remark. I think that this is something that I'm a big fan of citing where you're getting this from. I'm a big fan of case study and precedent. So we could probably look at what the courts do, what the actual Senate body does. Or does that happen in California Assembly? Are senators allowed to have their cameras off in the California Assembly? I would love to know. Additionally, I think that sending a proxy isn't the greatest. I have in recent Senate meetings considered sending a proxy, and due to the fact that things are motioned onto the agenda during the meeting, I can't give my proxy a brief of things that are motioned on the agenda. I can't see it, I'm not there. So sending a proxy isn't a solution. It's a great alternative, but it isn't a foolproof alternative to just being on Zoom if somebody needs to have their camera off for whatever reason. I agree. I think that senators on Zoom should be interactive in the meeting, but I don't think that intention and that motive is the correct reason behind it. So there we are. That's why I think we should not motion this on the agenda, and I would like to let other senators know that I am opposing this.
Okay. Do you want me to present the options in front of you, or do you want to discuss it?
I think we're good. Can we get the options?
Okay. There's a first and a second. Without a call to question, the motion dies. Or a call to question and move through whatever. If it doesn't have objections, a yes. I could make it a hand vote essentially. So a simple majority carries whether it's added onto the agenda or not. Or if there's strong enough opposition to the first and second, get back on it. You've already spoken twice, Patrick, I'm enforcing it.
I'm point of order. Or if there's no call to question, the motion dies.
That's precisely what I said.
I did not, you said
Sir
it
John.
in a roundabout way.
Yeah, I have two quick comments on the principles. It's actually not about a content. I think it's appropriate time for me to say this. The first principle is that just because you can do something doesn't always mean it's appropriate to do something. The second principle is I think the meeting is here. We are all gathered here to decide, not to discuss. And for the points that are hard to just propose of oh, it's impossible to gather everybody around before this meeting. You haven't even tried. You haven't even sent a Slack maybe in the channel to ask if people want to meet and talk about it. So I unfortunately don't agree with that. And I will not talk again. I yield.
Second. It's your second, Councilman.
Yeah. Just for reference, you can amend the motion that's made as well. So if you disagree with it, you can of course object to it or vote against it. But you can also amend the language. So if you like the principle or you like the idea, that's always an option open to everybody. Secondly, I don't fully understand the idea of citing footnotes and whatever. I get the idea, but again, this is changing standing policy. But to speak to that idea, US Congress mandates in-person attendance. You can't be on Zoom or anything. I'm not sure about California, but either way,
Senator Lucas.
and, yeah, and that being said,
Or.
but I have to get recognized again or rescind.
Yeah, you can't make a motion in the same
Right.
term when we're speaking, but
So I
you
yield.
have the motion.
I yield.
Senator Lucan.
I rescind my second.
Slightly tense and long, but I'm proud of you guys for de-escalating your way out of that. What? I thought it was expressive. Thought it was better than previous deliberative body would have handled it, so I'm proud of you, that's it. You know, the second said, there's, it's not, it's that. Do we have unanimous, that's all three of them, correct?
Point of information, if the second rescinds, is the motion still then on the floor? Like, do you have to restate the motion to see if there's a second? I feel like that would make sense.
Usually the motion dies.
If there's no
second. Again,
The motion dies if there's no second, but if the second rescinds, the motion's still out on the floor, so if someone else were to second, I feel like it would make sense that they would have the opportunity to. I'm not certain on the parliamentary procedure.
I'm not sure that's the case, but we can try and understand. There's still a motion to add the standing rules of 766 to new business. Your second? Seeing none, motion dies. Oh. Cool, do we have unanimous consent to move into section G action items?
Consent.
You object to consent? Okay, so to be clear, these motions on here are not actually motions, they're just like things that Senate, they're weird gray areas where Senate leadership is like, here's something that has been proposed, but these are only motions if you make them. I think Senator Lahey's wanted to walk us through them from conversations with financial operations, is that correct? Please.
I would love to. Action items. So, in regards, since I have the ability to speak, right, since you asked for my recommendations. Okay, perfect. So, for the first, suggested motion, that one is motion to approve up to 7,800 for food for fall quarter and Senate meetings. This motion needs to have the correct motion language for fiscal, motion, which I would like to educate the Senate floor on, because I think it's a little bit important. All fiscal, like motions need to have the name of the account that the money is going to and the name of the account that the money is coming from, which is a funding source account going to an AS account. So in this case, since we're bringing money into the Senate account, I want from Senate unallocated, which is the suggested funding source account, for like bringing balanced budgets, because we should use Senate unallocated before we use AS undesignated. I suggest to have the actual account number for Senate because they have the same word for both accounts, so just for clarity for financial operations in the minutes. So the suggested motion for this would be motion to grant AS Senate, comma, account 468, comma, $7,800 under the category of food for fall quarter Senate meetings from Senate unallocated. However, we could also change this to increasing that money to have it a yearly thing, because this is a AS account, since so you can actually just get the full amount of it, just need to be quarterly. If you want to increase that amount, and since the IVP is ahead of that account.
Sure, we appreciate the thoughts, Senator. To be clear, that was like a suggestion on a national motion.
Yeah, I know, I just.
No, I know, you're just clarifying for the rest of the body. And it seems like procedurally would make more sense for it to say to expend X amount of money from X account for the purpose of whatever you're using it for, because you're not granting it to that fund, it's coming from that fund. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's the same thing, that's how the financial operations suggested motion language is those specific words. So I'm
Would you like
just.
to suggest the motion?
Sure, but would you like to increase that amount for the entire year? That's what I'm suggesting, that the Senate wants to do that.
What I remember from precedent, Holly, please correct me here, is that this is done on a quarterly basis, so you have a better idea of what the costs are change.
Do it like that, but that's usually for like a finance committee, a specific like RCO or EC wants to. Because this is for going into your budget, not necessarily for like, but we can just do it for our commission.
Is it related?
Okay, I was curious, what happened to the other motions that were on here? They got removed?
We'll get into that, we'll get into it. If you'll just give me.
Yeah, I just, that's my discussion and that's it. I yield.
So can we take care of this and that's what we'll do the next time?
Yeah, I mean, I just asked a question, there's no like bottom of the church.
Somebody is.
Motion to grant AS Senate account 468-7,800 under the category of food for fall quarter Senate meetings from the Senate unallocated.
Senator, that's not out of order, but it damn near is. Senator unallocated is specifically designated for other operational fees, projects, things of that nature. When you could very well use this funding from the ASN account itself to expend towards.
We discussed this earlier. You exhaust Senate unallocated, then you top off Senate unallocated from AS undesignated. We should not ever touch this and undesignated. Unless if a Senate unallocated is strong.
Not saying AS undesignated, rather. There's been a motion to grant the AS Senate account 468 under the category of food for up to $70,800. Or $7,800, sorry, for fall quarter Senate meetings. Is there a second? Chandra. It's been a second round of discussion. And are we all clear here? What's happening? Okay. We're now in discussion. Please.
One question.
What has been called, was the objective call question? There's like sound.
Well, no. When we're, should this be a hand vote?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
Did we just pass point of order?
No, as in, sorry, did you want me to say that explicitly? It's our standing rules that any financial motions have to go through.
That's right.
Yeah, so we're now moving into a hand vote. Hands up for yes, please.
How many do we have Zoom votes?
No, there's no votes either way right now.
Senators were in the middle of a vote on funding. It's kind of mass.
Okay, I have one hand raised right now.
Is there only one senator on there?
Yes.
Oh, that's the one. Hands down, please. Abstentions?
Say no.
Pardon me, that is the order. Sorry, noes? And abstentions. It's 11:04, motion passes. Now, I will. Roy, do you want to give the rundown on financial operations? I'll make the motion available on the agenda.
So technically, the two entities of the AS Senate and the Finance Committee get the, as well as Program Board and Environmental Affairs Board actually get USEN rooms for free. So it was just a miscommunication within our staff, but essentially, it just runs down to the IVP as well as our advisor for Senate having to talk with Michael for the, and financial operations for the direct, way to get this for free because Finance Committee as well as Program Board did get these rooms for free, so there's no need for us to spend the money. So it just needs the indication for that. That's why that motion is taken out of the agenda. The next thing we need to add to the action items, I think Evan has the correct wording, or Henry, I sent it to Henry in text message for the you guys remember the AG came in to request more for honoraria, so we have a motion.
one thing at a time. So from what has been communicated to me by our Associate Director of Budget and Finance, Mike Pasea, this arrangement is essentially because the associate students contributed financially for the construction of the USEN. Say it's continuous maintenance. And as such, there is no need for us to pay for this room, which makes a whole lot of sense to me. It should be the case for more spaces on campus. Are we all clear on that? So this is not a motion per se, unless someone actually does motion for one reason or another. So it's on the agenda temporarily just to demonstrate what we're talking about, so we don't have access to it. So, okay.
For this motion about reserving this room, is that what we were talking about?
Correct.
We were talking, sorry, yeah, we were talking about.
Inside.
No, it's outside.
Center. Come on. I thought it was inside, it's an active safety reserve. It's meaningfully different, sorry, looking forward to it.
It says reservations for Senate meetings. Would this include like communications that Holly School kind of had with us, or and the USIVP have had with us regarding for committee meetings also being here? Does this include funding for that, or is this separate?
So all AS meetings would be held for free, is my understanding.
Okay, should we?
So this doesn't need a, yeah, we're getting to the committee meeting rooms and discussion items. Okay.
But with the funding for this, and it says reservations for Senate meetings, should we just say reservations for associations?
Doesn't need a motion. Like this, the whole point was having this on there was maybe Senator Mulkey's explaining that this is improper. No,
I see, okay, I missed that, that's my bad, yeah.
Are we all clear? Lovely. Okay, so we're now in a build to update standing policy 4 of legal code, which has been referred out of liaison committee without amendments, with amendments? Why is that not noticed?
No, no.
Without amendments, okay. Do I have unanimous consent to add without amendments to the agenda?
Objection, but I'll motion to add.
Yeah, you can just, okay, yeah, I think shit.
Motion to amend. Bill to update standing policy 4 of legal code referred to the liaison committee. Motion to rescind my motion.
Motion to amend the agenda.
Yeah, motion to amend the agenda. To reflect, nope, rescind my motion. Motion to amend the action item, a bill to update standing policy 4 of legal code. Referred out of liaison committee with no amendments.
Okay. That was slightly difficult to second. Okay, so there's been a motion. There's been a motion to amend the action items to read bill to update standing policy 4 of legal code for out days on committee without amendments. Is there a second? And
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion. We're now in discussion. Wayne, so the question has been called. There's any objection to call the question? Sure. Objection by consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Cool, so that's added. We're still in action items on this item.
Point of information.
Yeah.
I just sent it unallocated. But. Anyway. Motion passing.
What?
Like, there's just Senate unallocated on the agenda, right below, I think where Evan has his cursor. Or is just the words. Yeah, it's the word Senate. It's right above the verses. Yeah,
It's a suggestion, honey.
it's just like random.
Oh, what? That's really sweet. Okay, it's not. Looks different. I do want to think of it. Just,
Whatever we just did.
It's a glitch in the matrix.
Just,
oh, wait. Is it gone?
yeah, it's not,
It was adjusted, that's why. It's not a glitch in the matrix, it was just,
That's what I said.
kind of silly. Okay, thank you, Hunter. We're still on this item. Certainly,
Motion to pass the government's update setting policy for the code of conduct committee methods.
there's been a motion to pass and those update stating policy for legal code of the Federal Committees on Committee without amendments. Is there a second? Null?
Second.
Or a second round discussion? Then,
Call the question.
question has been called. Does any judge call the question? Judge like dissent. We now move into a hand vote as a legislation. Hands up for yes. Hands up, please. Hands down, please. No. And abstentions. You got them. Okay, sorry, motion passes.
It's come to my attention that advocacy committee is not meeting on Thursday. And I don't necessarily think that any action can be taken. I just want to make the body aware because that means that the hit proposal brought up won't be discussed or be able to be on our agenda until week 6. So just putting that information out there. Yeah.
The advocacy committee can be convened, not necessarily in its regular meeting time, because that's not binding by code per se. It can be convened by the chair, or the chair can delegate it to the vice chair, and we can meet before them if senators think it's a type of pressing matter of someone's.
Yeah, also they can do an email vote, but I think this is an important thing to discuss since recently, because of our new enforced Senate procedures of tabling legislation to committees and that being like kind of an enforced thing. This year, I think it's really important that all of our standing committees are really on top of it to actually meet and have quorum every single week. I think this is really important because there's so much more things that standing committees have to do this year than our previous years, and it just puts all of our legislation on a break. Particularly finance committee, I feel like we've been doing a really good job this year to get all of our members since we make fiscal motions, and lots of RCOs are on a short deadline, they need to get them done. I anticipate other committees, even though they may not have fiscal motions with RCOs like directly coming in, they still have public forum, they still have lots of senators attending the meetings to talk about legislation. And it's really disheartening to see that a committee didn't reach their quorum or when they had to do an emergency cancellation. I think we need to be really on top of that as Senate leaders.
Thank you, senators, but I want to remind you, we're in action and not discussion items yet. Sarah Sussman?
Motion to amend the agenda and add the item. Motion to grant the Office of the Attorney General, number 406, an additional $3,700 for honorary from Senate.
Sorry, there's been a motion to amend the agenda and add the item to grant the Office of the Attorney General account number 406 an additional $3,700 for honorary from Senate allocators. Is there a second element? Sorry, there's been a second. We're now in discussion.
Point of order, Tom, the agenda.
It is. By the way, is everyone clear before we vote on this, that the distinction is Senate allocate is primarily for administrative things, for projects, things of this nature. But I spoke to financial operations on this, I think Senator Mongees has as well. And the idea here is that you can't have these things that don't seem to fit as well or be as high priority as other uses of Senate allocated, but that is replenished by AS undesignated, which is a much bigger fund. It's over $1 million. Later in the quarter, if Senate undesignated runs dry. Does that, are we all clear on that? So,
We're in discussion.
we're in discussion.
I have no issues with this at all, but we don't always need to amend the agenda. We can just like, this could have just been a motion to grant the office of the Attorney General, blah, 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 from Senate and allocated.
That's the thing.
This is a motion to amend the agenda and add. So we have to vote on that. Then there's a motion on the agenda, which doesn't necessarily even make that much sense. I don't even know if that's a thing. And then we'd have to vote again on actually agreeing them. So
You
I
are
just wanted to
completely
point
right.
that out.
So the second can rescind the motion and we can. Hold on, rescind. Yes, yes, ma'am.
And my motion.
No, it's just, is there a second for that? If there's no second, motion dies. Something?
Motion to grant the office of the Attorney General account number 406 an additional 3,600 for honorary from Senate and House.
It's been a motion to grant the office of the Attorney General account number 406 an additional 3,600 for honorary from. Senate allocated, is there a second, please?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Please.
Also for some clarification, technically in the motion language, we don't need to include the account number for this motion. The reason why it was in, the account number had to be listed for the AS Senate one was because the language of Senate was in both of the account numbers, that the account number needs to be specified. But in fiscal motions, you don't necessarily need to write the account. So this one could have been 700.
And are we all clear on why the Attorney General is requesting this? I'm asking because I was not here. And if this relates to the cleverly titled the parentheses question sent out by the Chief Compliance Officer recently. Now there are entities with parentheses, so the parentheses pass at the end. And this essentially means that they can appoint however many positions they want, or rather however many position holders of those that are listed with that S, and this is an issue that I'm just bringing this information from what he made publicly available, he wants the Senate to deal with in the near future. Still in discussion. Patrick.
Call a question.
The question has been called, does the judge to call the question? So, Judge Lang consent. Move into a hand vote, hands up for yes, please. Hand or keep your hands up, please. So. Hands down, please. Nose. Abstentions. Abstentions. Okay, motion passes. Is there anything else under action items?
Point of information, I know that like there were certain motions that, which you guys explained why we removed them, is it at just like discretion of like the IVP and Senate leadership to just be able to remove it, or because since it was on the agenda, but then it kind of disappeared or we put it back on, so I was just a little confused by that.
Because usually I think it would have been proper to strike the motion, or to strike the, we should have gone through the agenda and motion to strike the item. I think that's the proper procedural route, but I wasn't here for that.
Is it okay if we implement that in the future?
Yeah.
Please.
Just also like a procedural question, if we're allowed to motion action items without having to motion into the agenda, then I believe we could be able to take action items out of the agenda without motion to strike. Just because that's kind of the equivalent with the.
Sure. Yeah, do we have unanimous consent to move into section L discussion items, which is the last major thing before for appointments, I believe? So, subject like that. Okay, there's a discrepancy at the top. Moving. Okay, now it's going to move back into action items from J. Seems that okay, next time, okay, so there's a discrepancy between. The amount of senators who voted on the food item with everything else. So we're gonna have to redo that one by hand vote, so we're all, the way that we're just getting to the hand vote section essentially.
The last. So.
We did. Yeah. We did. Okay, so we're in a hand vote for the motion to grant ASN account 468 under the category food for up to $70,800.
Maybe a senator was on compete. For the second one?
Yes, but it's just review because it was not counted as an exemption. Okay, so do you guys understand that it's procedurally valid up until the point of the hand up? Hands up for yes on this, again, 7,800 for fall quarter Senate meetings for food. Hands up for yes, please. Okay, hands down, please. Noes. Abstentions. Very great. Thank you guys. Okay, for this time. Unanimous consent to move to section L, discussion items. These are maybe next time. Second. The first one I listed on here was the Senate leadership duties discussion, which I'm much less eager to talk about now than when I wrote it on here. I'll make it just really brief. I think there was a discrepancy from the last week when I was not chairing and prior weeks when I have, in which legislation was sent to Senate leadership, and I took the step of pointing out to senators that something was incomplete, and were formatting errors, and it seemed to be citing things that were not relevant to the discussion, rather to the legislation at hand. It seemed to be remnants of the standard format for, I believe it was a bill. I want to make clear that this is not required of Senate leadership. It's, in fact, not only is it not a duty that they carry out to sort of fix things by themselves, but we are not allowed to just go and change things around. That's not how that works. But there is, of course, an ability to request for senators to motion something on the following week, once it is fully ready. And of course, per our standing rules, as we discussed at the beginning of our terms, there is the ability to send something to the Attorney General's office if there's a concern that it runs contrary to legal. So that's kind of the procedural end. The more cultural end of this discussion is that I think there should be a mutual understanding between Senate leadership and the rest of this body that, you know, we try our absolute, we meaning the Senate as an entirety, try our absolute best to send in legislation on time, hopefully early, so we can catch these kinds of things and have that discussion. And if there's concerns that maybe something is incomplete, you can show it to one of us in a personal capacity and get our thoughts before sending it into the agenda. And we'll do our absolute best now to look at this kind of legislation and make sure that it's as ready as possible once it gets on the Senate floor. Any questions? I would welcome, and let's briefly share some thoughts on this, so to make sure we're all on the same page.
Brief thought, there's no reason that you guys don't, there's nothing preventing you from sending us legislation early on in your process. Like, that's what we're here to do, is to help you guide you through the legislative process and to make sure that bills are what you want them to be. So with that being said, please just contact us, text us, human beings. So.
Please.
Now that we're on this kind of similar topic about how oftentimes we bring legislation that has errors in it to the Senate floor, how would we this is just a scenario, let's say this bill has a lot of issues with it and it's a lot for committees to fix, and it's just kind of problematic that it entered Senate floor. What is the best route for fixing it up, or possibly bringing it back so the authors can rewrite it significantly? Can it die and then they repropose
Like, how would we kill the bill? Like,
Yeah, you could, if there could be a first and a second on the legislation and there not be a call to question, which would functionally kill it, it goes nowhere and the author would have to introduce it, that's a great question, actually. Or you could refer it to a committee and you can make the motion, sort of the meticulous motion to change the comma into an apostrophe or whatever ahead of time or written, so when you go into the committee, you know exactly what you're gonna read off. Are the two most immediate options.
Let's say it was already brought in like technically motion and like it's like fully inside Senate and it's been to a few committees, but we wanna kill it. Like, is that still possible?
Okay, so let's do a quick back and forth. You're saying it's been referred out of committee? Cause it can very well be killed in committee, but
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
aware.
For example, I don't wanna like meticulous, but an example is some of the less previous bills that had like so consistent errors inside of the bill. Like how would it like work for her to like remove it from any like standing floor and just like go back to her being
Yeah.
able to like edit it or edit a new version?
Good question. So the options there would be whatever committee it's in, let's say liaison. Would, you know, you could have the motion be motion to. I don't know, you could make it something more diplomatic and kill the bill, or you could do
Yeah.
something like motion for X legislation not to move past liaison committee, let's say, that functionally kills it there.
Yeah.
Or you could just not motion to set it on, or it could be a motion to refer to the Senate and a majority votes no. And that functionally kills it as well.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
but wouldn't it like then stay in liaison committee, but how would it like, it still needs to be removed from liaison committee, cause if we don't, if it fails to go to.
This is a thing, something else better than me,
Mhm.
bills die all of the time.
Okay.
In the California legislature.
Yeah.
Because some chairman didn't want it.
Oh, so it doesn't get tabled, so it just like,
Right,
it
it's
doesn't
just-
go anywhere.
It's just not,
Okay,
it's just some period.
thank you so much.
Sussman?
Briefly, this past summer when I was interning in the legislative office, there are motions time and time again from authors who, you know, want to change wording in the bill, simply to motion to withdraw. That's not in the legal code, nor in our standing policies. We can add that to our standing policies, but that makes it much easier. Say if there's grammatical or syntactical errors, the author can have the option to withdraw their legislation and they can reintroduce it later. That's so common in the legislative process in the state of California.
Logan?
Yeah, on standing policy 4. Section E. Letter A. Actually, well, first of all, I'd like to. Okay, yeah, so it says all proposals, this is under the new business section of the agenda, and standing policy 4 outlines the agenda. It says all proposals seeking official agenda placement must be submitted to the AS internal vice president by 11:00 AM on the Tuesday preceding each Wednesday Senate meeting. Which seems to contradict our standing rules, but I would think that standing policy is superseding the standing rules to be passed. So I'd like clarification on that point.
Yeah, I mean. There's still discretion and you're sure that this is the most updated legal code?
It's the legal code live version in Google Slides.
So we're not sure.
Yes, I'm not sure at all.
Right, there is still discretion for Senate leadership there. That was what was enforced in last year's term. And it just didn't, people had nowhere near the amount of time necessary to read it, which is why we added an additional, essentially, layer. We moved the timeline up and standing. So for our standing rules to contravene legal code would be for, what was it, 11 AM Tuesday? Would be for us to say 12 PM Tuesday, be for it to be after the, what is already on legal code. So this does not contravene, it's just an extra, like it wouldn't be a legal code violation, it would be a violation of our standing rules. Okay, Patrick.
I think that we can all just operate on a moving forward basis. I think that we're all trying our best and I would like to exclaim or proclaim that my position is not to place blame on Senate leadership nor authors. I think this is just a misunderstanding and that moving forward, Senate leadership shouldn't accept, like you said, Senate leadership shouldn't accept legislation that's incorrect. I don't think that you should go in and correct it because that would be overstepping your authority and duty as it is. And number 2, authors, just do your very best to proofread and make sure that you're sending legislation to the Senate leadership on time, that's all.
Appreciate that. Okay, are we okay with moving to the next discussion item, which I think will be of interest to many? Yeah, it's one, cool, okay. So the first half is mostly a discussion with Holly and Marissa about the center retreat reimbursement. So this doesn't apply to all centers, but I believe the majority of us. I made a Google Drive essentially, in which a shared drive in which the receipts from the fall to our trip to Sacramento in September were put into. I don't think all centers have added on to it, as far as I can see. But that was the route that we were instructed on by staff, so we're wondering what the next steps are for reimbursement of the trip. I'm asking staff primarily.
Yeah, I can jump in. I am a little behind on my emails, as you all can imagine. I receive many. So really the next steps, I will get signed what needs to be signed, or Marissa and I can together if they need 2 signatures. And then after that, it's just that FinOps is going to process the payment to you all. So a check will be able to be cut, and I also think that a bark payment is an option. So if anybody has any issue or concern with the payment method distribution type, we can loop in Michael and the FinOps team, but other than that, the documentation just needs to get signed and submitted. And I can work on that.
Right, and just checking, because these are essentially just receipts, we don't have full requisition forms and the rest of it. Does this suffice what's on this drive?
Yeah, that should be fine. If I need anything from anyone, I can reach out to you.
Okay, we really appreciate that.
Of course.
Alright, yeah.
Sure, on this topic, well, I did see that we had this drive, but I had already submitted my requisition form to finance and am currently in the process with them. So I don't know how that navigates in terms with this. Additionally, because I drove, I have like gas, like and like it was like 70 cents per mile things that I have to like further discuss with them, so I'm not sure how that falls into wheel.
Ollie, I know you wanted us to have it be in one centralized place, but this seems like an exception to that. What do you think?
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. It's more that if instead of having 15, 18 emails for signatures and requisitions, it was more helpful in that sense to have everything all in one place so I could just sign them back to back. But if somebody's already submitted them, that's also totally fine. And if there's any questions I can answer about the reimbursement, I'm happy to do that also. But yeah, that was more the reason for the drive, is just so nobody's reimbursement gets lost and we can sign it all at once. But if it's already submitted, that's totally fine. If you have additional questions before you submit it, I can answer those as well.
Probably.
Yeah, in concurrence with Holly, our amazing financial operations staff, Ariane and Sebastian, also highly encourage that you just use Holly's like kind of drive for this, because it is like past the date. I'm not sure when you like submit it, but just submit supporting documents of like the miles your personal car has traveled. And it is the correct per diem, 70 cents per mile, and it should go well if like Holly does it, because the staff can sign off on it rather than being a complication. So you can just email or DM Ariane Shukla or someone from FinOps to like just like like know that.
Cool. And the latter half of this discussion item is also primarily a staff question. Holly, you reached out, and I want to thank you for this. You reached out a while ago about us having, the drive of making Senate committee meetings public, that it would make sense for them to be held, besides the finance committee, which has a defined time and place, because how crucial it is to dozens of RCOs and individuals to have the rest of the committee meetings here in the Flying A room at their given times. And I know I've spoken to Chair Lubin about this, but I don't remember having spoken about it with other chairs, but I'm pretty sure there was pretty widespread interest in it. So what should next steps be to make this happen?
Yeah, so as long as everyone's meeting time hasn't changed, I will collect those and send that to USEN. I just had only heard from one entity, so if all of the standing committees are good with it, I'll just move forward with reserving what we can. If you want to keep that same meeting time for the following quarters, I can reserve it for the entire academic year. But I get that that is open to changing depending on everybody's academic schedule. So that's the only thing I need to know is I can book what's available for the remainder of the quarter. Or if you want to keep that time, I'll book it for the entire academic year. But that was all I was waiting on, is just the agreement and the length of the reservation.
Have any committee meeting times changed? Anyone?
Yes, I believe ours changed from Wednesday from 12 to 2 or something like that till Friday 12 to 2 p.m. And I did update some forms, but I don't know which form Holly's going to go off of, so I can change that real quick for you guys.
Okay, so, yeah, it seems like it's liaison Friday 12 to 2 and all the rest of them are the same. So do chairs still need to submit certain forms, Holly, or we can work from, I think for the remainder of the quarter, because from experience, it always changes from quarter to quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope that it helps both with the meeting function and just the general accessibility. So no, you all don't need to submit anything additional. I'm hoping that between Michael and I, we can have a similar arrangement with the USEN that we're talking about with the Senate meeting. So if there's anything I wind up needing from that, but there shouldn't be any costs associated with it. So I'll
And do
just
you-
look at it and send the agreements over. So.
Okay, and do you know when we would be able to implement this, as in start meeting here for committees?
It would be great if it could be for the meeting starting next week, but it will really just depend on how long it takes the USEN to turn around the request. So I would say give me at least a couple days to hear a response back from them, but hopefully by next week. If not, hopefully for the liaison committee tomorrow, that might be an option. But I can keep everyone up to date as I hear back.
Okay, it's amazing. Thank you, that's much appreciated. Anything else on that? Can we move to the next session? Cool. So this is a bill to clean up legal code open forum, which is famously the longest bill probably in the association's history. And there's 18 minutes left. Do you guys want to try to tackle Goliath, or shall we tease Goliath?
It's my discussion item.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No worries. It's just there to be like a Socratic kind of thing, poke the, or how, sting the horse, I don't know what to do. Keep the horse alive, whatever. Just, I urge you guys all to keep going page by page on the bill to clean up legal code, and when you guys do have questions, put them on there. If you don't see it, because the agenda is not sent out that week, you can just go to the previous week's agenda, it'll be the same document every single time. I have it on repeat send to make sure that it's on the agenda every single time until it's passed, so. Joe, I'm done.
Also,
Please go through this bill. I mean, it's important and it's reshaping a lot of aspects of this association and what's not work. So please just do your due diligence as legislators.
Yeah.
Quick question, cause I liaison for GGC and there's a lot of things about GGC, legal code is not correct. Do you also want that to be updated?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it passed, then that's what it is, and I'll make that change in the bill, because there's a lot of instances where bills just have passed, and they haven't been updated, and I'll just make those changes.
Then I could be wrong, but was there a miscommunication? Were you saying that there are things wrong in GDC legal code that should be changed, or?
No, it's the legal
updates?
code about GGC is wrong in terms of their like constitution and all things.
Is it hasn't been updated?
Yeah.
I'll look for the bill.
You can.
Oh, I was just gonna say, for Senator Pastor, do you want him to liaison committees a forum to be put on this as well, because there is stuff on that? And maybe the senators might find it helpful to see that, or it's your.
Sure, I don't see any harm in that, however, I think. That, yeah, you put it on there, yeah, I don't know. I have to think about that, but thanks.
Molly.
Okay, I'm so sorry for this, but if nobody else has something for this discussion item, I just realized that I got a message from Senator Elia Liaton way before the meeting started, but I didn't check my Instagram DMs to motion her to be excused. So if you can, oh, really? Oh. Yeah. It wasn't updated on the attendance though. She was excused though.
I don't think there was such a motion. Oh, yeah. It's maybe, yeah. Good actually. Actually, someone was this. Yeah. Someone doesn't. Okay, any more discussion on this? It seems like no, okay, let's move swiftly into section M, appointments and resignations. Notable is the one at the very top, Simo Safahi is resigning as parliamentarian after not having attended several meetings of the Senate, which is kind of a job for parliamentarian. Right. Okay, are there any questions on this, or do you want to go on the? It is possible, not on the, there's no. Sorry?
Of course. Motion to remove all appointments.
Yeah. There's been a motion button to remove all appointments and resignations. There is a second.
Second.
The second one on discussion.
Objection.
You're on discussion.
I'd love.
You don't gotta rescind it. Yeah, floor is yours.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to add an appointment. This is for someone who. Yeah, should be on our committee, so if we could do that real quick, I'd appreciate it.
That's a second.
I'm assuming you have the same thing, yeah. I'm sorry, that won't be on the chair.
Only this.
Yeah, is there chair approval?
Yes. Absolutely.
Document.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, sure, she's here.
yeah, can Senator Shergan to make that motion just for,
Dude.
It was right in the middle of the motion.
yeah, we're in the middle of the last motion actually, so does the second one rescind now? Please,
Wait, I'm so confused. Why are these appointments being made now? And not like, if someone can elaborate?
you guys, let's not do this again. Actually, let's not do this again.
Sure. I unsay my comment.
Do you wanna rescind your second on this or?
Oh, wait,
Sure.
I seconded it. All right, I rescind my second.
Senator Shergan with this. Okay, we're now. Where was
This is someone that we hired on Monday. Which was after the deadline. To add to the agenda.
Why can't it be?
We're not recognizing that right now.
And so that is why we are adding it late. That's it.
So like,
Yeah, but still, why can't this can't wait till next week? Like, why did they need extra?
please be recognized.
Like, this is like a procedural thing, like, even if it's late, like, we have done this like last week and stuff, like, we've all had appointments, why can't you guys just wait just one more week? They can still be a part of your meeting as a non-voting member.
Oh no. We recognize Senator Shergan. She's been raising her hand. Senator Shergan.
Thank you, Chair. Given the moment right now, I'd also like to add my appointments to the agenda. I have the motion language. I can send it to Senator Sussman.
Right, how about this? We're none of us gonna remember this in 10 years, let's just approve these in future weeks. Just send them down, please. Which one? Cool. Okay.
Yeah, I can either send it ahead of time or we hide them later, so. I could have made you aware, or I can make a motion that tells the whole body exactly what we're doing, which seems more prudent to me, so. That is the reasoning for not setting it ahead of time. I'm just, I yield.
Keep those senators, just text me the other names.
Think so.
Okay, I'm sorry for being a little bit of a V in this like meeting and stuff like that, but are all of the committees that are adding appointments, do you guys have like an official like interviewing process for new like appointments, or you just appoint anyone who just wants to job? How have you guys been doing it? If you can be transparent a little.
Logan.
Motion to add the appointment of Avery Valle as policy analyst for the outreach committee to the agenda.
It's been a motion to add the appointment of Avery Via as policy analyst for the outreach committee to the agenda. Is there a second? Pardon.
Second.
The second round discussion. Suspect. Oh, question has been called. Is any question called the question? This is the objective of consent. So motion passes. Suspect.
Senator Sherkin, do you have the appointments?
Yep, I'm sending them over right now.
Passion.
Can I not make the motion if the chair has consented? I haven't.
Yeah, you can. Just one.
Okay. Would you make it? Like, do we talk real quick?
Chair Sherkin, is that being sent?
Yeah, consent.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, I can't hear very well. Yeah, it's being sent right now. I'm just putting the last name.
This is the utility of sending it in beforehand, and we've got to check whether these positions exist.
referencing this to this bill that's recently passed?
Yes.
Um.
Sorry, guys. Motion to add the appointments of Kyra Vivanco as campus project liaison staffer, Marcelo Mall as campus project liaison staffer, Jackson Powers as diversity staffer, Jasmine Reza as diversity staffer, Ashna Shudgar as diversity and equity coordinator, Sophia Brockmiller as campus project liaison manager. To lead the agenda.
There was not the appointments currently Vancouver's campus project liaison staff, Marcelo Mons, campus project liaison staff, Jackson Powers, the diversity staff, Justin Reyes, diversity staffer, Ashley Schwartz is diversity and coordinator, Sophia Brockmiller was campus project liaison manager for the agenda. Is there a second on them?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion, Pastor.
Call question.
The question has been closed, and the judge called the question, and the judge by consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Councilman.
Motion to bundle and approve all recommendations.
It's been a motion to bundle approve all appointments and resignations. Is there a second? Second. Just do a second going on discussion.
Is a non-senator member allowed to join through senator?
That's weird, but I'm assuming. We're not stopping each other. Question, you can talk, you can call the question.
Consent.
Been said. Being no motion passes. Okay, we'll go with the judge. Oh, men's and basement. Reach. By being successful in section K, miss allocations, there's no consent. Okay, so.
I motion to approve the amendment as agenda. Everson.
Lover. Okay, there's been a motion to approve all business and allocations. Is there a second? Yeah.
Second.
Just been a second round discussion. Lincoln,
Call question.
question, publishing, judge call the question. Judge by consent. Seeing none, motion passes. We gotta record this case motion to. What do you say? Amend the agenda. Amend agendas. I absolutely write that down. And the agenda as accepted for the historical records forever. Okay, we're done with this.
Yeah.
No. Okay, some semblance of order, take the last minute. Where are we?
We have to go into.
What's the agenda email get us up? Motion or something.
I need to go into. Seconds of.
Thank you, that's what we're talking. Okay, is there unanimous consent in section 8 acceptance of agenda? Consent. I don't trust you anymore. You only get one shot.
I do.
Sure. It's really accept, doesn't matter.
Oh,
Doesn't
I
matter.
rescind my motion?
No.
Okay, but I understood it.
No, she said rescind. No. You got it.
Yeah.
All these.
As amended.
There's been a motion to accept the agenda as amended. Lee.
Second.
The second round of discussion. No, call the question. The question will be called. Does your judge call the question? Like consent? Apparently not. So. I think we should move it to remarks. Okay, do we have any notice to move in section of adjournment? And let's next time. Sussy?
Motion to adjourn the meeting at 11 p.m.
Meeting is 11 p.m. Motion to adjourn the meeting at 11 p.m. Second, on the second. There's been a second. Wait.
I've never.